Hi everyone, welcome to this complete HubSpot beginner series. In this course, we are going to be walking you through HubSpot step by step so that you can learn how to organize your contacts, how to manage your deals, how to capture leads using form, and how to create landing pages and send marketing emails, and also segment your audience using lists and track your activities properly inside of your HubSpot CRM. So the goal of this series is not just to show you the features, the goal is also to help you build a simple structure inside of HubSpot that actually supports how your business follow up with prospects and customers. So we'll be walking you through everything you can find in the free version of HubSpot so that you can clearly see what you can set up today without needing to create advanced automations and even without needing to upgrade your HubSpot software. If your business actually has HubSpot set up already, but you are not sure if everything has been structured correctly or if everything has been maximized optimally, you can book your free discovery call in the description below, and we are going to review your setup together. And if your team needs hands-on guidance so that everyone understands how to use HubSpot confidently in their day-to-day activities, you can also request for your team training, and we are going to walk your team through how to use HubSpot and also make sure that they can confidently use HubSpot in their day-to-day activities. Okay, so now let's start with today's lesson. Okay, so let's get started. And to create a free account on HubSpot, all you need to do is just to go into their website, which is HubSpot.com. So when we type in HubSpot.com, it should lead us to their website. And now we are currently in their website. As you can see, we can see a lot of things on their website, like the features, like the pricing plan, and all of those things. You can see the product that they offer. You can also see the solutions that they have. That is also the features that you can get in HubSpot CRM. You can also check their pricing. So as you can see, they have various pricing for the marketing. They have the free plan, they have the starter plan, they have the professional plan, they have the enterprise plan. And also do not forget that this is for the marketing section or the marketing plans. They also have the service plans, they have the sales plans, they have the content plans. So the sales plans is for people that are very rooted in sales, like salespeople. They can be able to do various things like calling, like sales sequence, like forecasting, everything that has to do with sales, deal tracking, and everything. You can find it in the sales plan. And they also have the service plan, and service plan is for people that actually maybe service based. You want people to be able to use live chats on your website, or you want to create tickets, or you want to be able to create help desk and all of those things. That is in the service plan. And they also have the content plan. Content plan just allows you to be able to build your brand. Something like you can create podcasts, you can create content library, you can create blogs, you can create landing pages, live chats. All of those things can be found in the content plan. And they also have the data plan, they have the commerce plan also. So for commerce plan, you can be able to connect your Stripe account where they can be able to make payments, you can create codes, you can do all of those things that has to do with payments in you can do e-signature, you can do pricing, even subscription, and all of those things can be found in the commerce section. So the most popular one that most people use is the marketing plan, and because the marketing plans is actually where a lot of things go on for the business. So you can be able to create emails, you can be able to create automations and all of these things in the marketing plan. And as you can see, the marketing plan has a free account. They also have the starter plan, they have the professional plan, and they have the enterprise plan. And as you can see, the starter plan is $9 per month, and it moved to the professional plan, which is $800 per month. Hey, damn, that's high. That's very high. And one thing I have seen in the course of doing CRM for a long while is that most people start with the free plan, and it gets to the point they get to the starter plan and they realize that the starter plan is actually not efficient or is not really what they need, because most of the things that can be done is in the professional plan. Automations can be done, marketing automations can be done in the professional plan, and there is a lot in the professional plan that is not in the starter plan. And as time goes on, you will start getting tired of the starter plan. Yeah, I said that. And to move on, you need to get $800 per month. Most small businesses cannot afford that, and that is why I recommend you going with a CRM that you can be able to grow into the future. if $800 per month is something you cannot be able to pay in the next 6 months, then I will advise that you get a new CRM, or you use HubSpot and just make sure that those parts that can be automated can be done manually, or you connect HubSpot with an email marketing software like Mailchimp, like Brevo. You can connect that and it does all the email automation for you instead of upgrading. That is another thing you can do. But most times people want to be able to upgrade to the professional plan, but then they realize that it is too expensive for them. I do not want you to fall into that trap, and that is why I'm saying it is very, very important that you look at the pricing plans for HubSpot when you want to sign up. The free plan can also do a lot of things. Don't get me wrong, you can do a lot of things in the free plan. You can send emails, you can add in contacts, you can send a lot of emails per month. So you just have to make sure that is that going to be okay with you in the long run. That is one decision you need to make before you start signing up your account. Okay, so let's sign up to a free account and let's see how that is going to be. So to sign up to a free account, you need to click on Get Started Free. And when you click on that, it is going to take you to the page where you can be able to sign up, or you can be able to sign in. So I have an account already, which is in my Gmail account already. But if I want to create a new account, all I need to do is just to put in my account here. And as you can see, I can be able to type in whatever account I want to use for my HubSpot account. And it's going to ask me to verify the email. And when it asks me to verify the email, it is going to send me a code, and I'll be able to verify my email through that code. It is important that you put in an email that is working in this part, because they are going to be sending you the email and you do not want that email to be sent to a wrong email address. Make sure the email is correct and make sure that email is working. So when you sign up, they are going to ask you different questions like the name of your business, like your name, your phone number. They are going to ask you for your email. They are also going to ask you if you want to turn on 2FA, which is two-factor authentication. And that means anytime you want to sign up, or anybody wants to sign up to your account, a code will need to be sent to your SMS, or it's going to be sent to your email. You can also set that up. And also, it is important that you actually set that up, because it is going to help protect your account, and it is going to make sure that nobody can be able to hack into your account or log in into your account without your permission. So everybody that is coming in and logging in with your email and your password, you will have to give them access to the account by providing the code to them. So when you sign into your account, it's going to look like this. You are going to see this part. This is going to show up as the first page, which is your report and your dashboard. And as you can see, they have a lot of menus by the right hand side. You can see the things you can be able to do, like your settings and all of those things in your new account. So this is my account that I've been using for a while. So it is possible you see some things that are already existing, but that is actually very fine. So let's start with the menu on the left hand side, and let's see how each of these things work. So by the left hand side, we have the menu called the CRM menu, and under that you can be able to see every individuals that is going to be added into your HubSpot account. So whether they are contacts, whether they are coming in as companies or deals or tickets or orders, you can create segments. You can create inbox, like your email inbox, or whatever inbox, like live chats or chat bots or whatever it is. You can set up tasks here, and you can also set up calls here. And you have the next one, which is the marketing menu. For the marketing menu, we have the campaigns, we have the emails, we have the social, we have the ads, events, forms, and lead scoring, and all of those things. And you will notice that some of this menu or some of the sections are having this orange thing, and that means we need to be able to upgrade to use that part of HubSpot. So that means this part of HubSpot, wherever is showing this orange arrow, that means this part we need to upgrade for us to be able to use this. So for instance, for campaigns, we need to upgrade to the Marketing Hub Professional, which is $800 per month if I'm paying yearly, and $890 per month if I'm paying monthly. So for you to be able to send campaigns in HubSpot, you need to upgrade to that plan. So as you can see, it gets expensive pretty fast. So for the content, we have where you can create website pages, you can create landing pages, you can create blogs, you can create videos, you can create podcasts, you can create case studies and embeds, like if you want to embed buttons or you want to embed your CTAs, and all of those things can be done in the embed section. And we have where you can set up your SEO, your membership, and your design manager and your brand. And that is for content. The next one is for sales, and this is for our salespeople. And we have the sales workspace, and we have the documents, we have the meeting scheduler where you can be able to set up meetings with your contacts. You have the sequence where you can be able to set up sequence in HubSpot. So you can set up sequence like email sequence, and after the email is open, then you maybe create a task to call, all of the sequence can be done here. We have the activity field, we have the forecast where you can be able to forecast your revenue for the year, and we have the sales analytics also. And if you go to the next part, which is the commerce, and this is for if you are buying and selling in HubSpot, you can create quotes, you can create various products that you sell in your business, you can add them to HubSpot. Yeah, you can. And you can create invoices, you can create payments, you can create payment links. So when you connect your Stripe to HubSpot, you will be able to do all of this, especially the payment and the payment link. And when you just send that payment link to your contact, they can be able to pay, and HubSpot is going to track that payment that is coming in from that contact. It is actually very amazing. Yeah, so the next one we have is the one for service, and this is for people that are actually dealing with services. Like if they want people to create tickets, you can do that in under services. They can create help desk, they can create customer agents, they can create chat flows, they can create knowledge base, customer portal, just for you to be able to allow people to come in and submit whatever tickets or help with whatever service they want to do. So the next one we have is the data management, and for data management you can create your data agent, data integration, you can create events management, you can create the data, sorry, you can set up your data quality. So data quality is just you being able to check in for the duplicates and all of those things, just to make sure that your data is correct, your contact database is correct, your company database is correct, and there are no duplicates. This is where you find that. Then you can create your data model and your data enrichment. And as you can see here, we have the Breeze. The Breeze is their AI that they have in HubSpot. So Breeze, like I said, is their AI that you can be able to use in HubSpot, and it can actually do a lot of things. So it can help you check in for contacts, it can check in for whatever past history is going on with a particular contact. It can do all of these things. And we have the next one, which is development. And for development, if you're a developer and you want to customize some things in HubSpot, you can also go to the development tab and you can customize whatever it is you want to customize. And when you go into the development, it's going to ask you to it's going to take you on a tour if you want, and you can see the various things you can be able to customize as a developer. So we have the settings over here, and this settings just allows us to be able to do a lot of settings in HubSpot. So we can see the general settings, and the general settings just has to do with everything about our business. You can add in your profile image here as the business owner, as the person using the account. You can add in your name, you can add in your last name, you can add in your language, you can add in the date and time or the number format, whether it is United States you want to use or whatever country is available in here. You can also add in your phone number. This is the one that HubSpot is going to be sending your 2FA codes to, and if they have anything they want to send to you through text message, this is the one they are going to be using. And you can also set up your default page. So your default page just means that whenever you sign up into HubSpot, what is the first page that is going to show up? So for us, the first page that is going to show up is our dashboard. You can also decide to change that if you want. Let's say if you come into your account, the first thing you want to see is your deals, because you want to see the number, the amount of money you are making. So if that's something you want to be able to see, yeah, you can also use deals, and you can just click on save, and that is going to save that setting. You can also set up your working hours, and that means you can set up the hours that you will be available during the day, or just working hours, whether 9 to 5 or 10 to 5 or 12 p.m. to 5 p.m. Set up the working hours that works for you. And we have the notification. The notification just allows us to be able to pick whatever whatever medium we want HubSpot to be able to notify us. So we can say that if we want to have any notification, we can say it should be sent to our email, or it should be sent as a it is going to show up as a bell notification, which is this. You can also see all of the things that you want to edit, like the notification. So for instance, if a contact is deleted, do you want to receive an email, or do you want to receive a bell notification or a browser notification? So it is coming in as an email. We are picking email, and as you can see, you can do this for a lot of settings. Like you can go through it one by one and see whatever notification works for you for each of them. And as you can see, we have the account management, we have the data management, where you can create custom fields, you can create objects, you can create translation, data enrichment, you can do import and export. We have the tools where you can be able to set up meetings, callings, your sales workspace, your content, your commerce, and all of these things can be done under tools. Okay, so since we are done with the overall looking around of everything, so let's go to the next thing. So one thing which is the foundation of every CRM is the contact database. And when you go over here to your CRM menu and you click on contact, you are going to see all of the contacts that you currently have in HubSpot. And this is my HubSpot account here. The foundation of every CRM is the contact, and we should be able to add new contacts and do all of this and do a lot of different things with our contacts in our CRM. And one thing to also note that the contact is the foundational thing before they can be converted into deals, and the contact can also be connected to a company. So for instance, for us to create a contact, we just need to click on create contact. And when you click on this create contact, it is going to bring out a form here where you can be able to add in different details for your contact. So let's say we want to bring in a new contact, and we want to, the email of the contact is emma@gmail.com, and we can say the first name is maybe Emma and the last name is Ferry. And as you can see, we can set the contact owner to be me or whatever user you bring in into your organization. You can also see the job title. You can add in the phone number. You can add in the lead status. Add in whatever works for you. So let's say the lead status is new. Then the life cycle stage is lead. And we can also add in the phone number if you want. And you can also add in the job title if you want. So let's say Emma Ferry is the CEO, and we can add that in. So when you're done, you can click on create, or you can click on create and add another, or you can click on cancel. You can also edit this form. So if you want to bring in a contact into your HubSpot account, you can decide that you want various custom fields to show up. So as you can see, this is all of the contacts or all of the fields details that is going to show up when you want to create a contact. You can decide to bring in more than this if you want. So let's say for contact activities, we will also want to be able to check in their status. You just click on this checkbox here, and as you can see, it is adding the status field. If you want to also check in for contact information, let's say we want to also put in the city, we want to put in the company name, we want to put in the country, and as you can see, as you're adding these fields over here by the left hand side, it is also showing up here. So when you add in whatever field you want to add in, you just click on save and close, or you click on save. So when you click on save and close, it is going to change the layout of your of your contact when you want to put in a new contact. So let's go back into contact, and when we click on contact again and we try to create a new contact, as you can see here, it is going to show up all of the custom fields we just added. So if you type in the email, which is Emma and we add the first name as Emma, and we add the last name as Ferry. And as you can see, all of the things we added in this form, all of what we added, all of the custom fields we added are already showing up here. So you can click on create, or you can click on create and add another. And when you click on create and add another, it's going to create that field, that contact. It's going to create that contact, and it's going to add in another form for you where you can be able to add another contact. Okay, so another amazing thing that I love about HubSpot contact is that you can be able to filter based on different things. You can be able to check your contact owner, so you can see those contacts that are owned by you, or you can even check for all of the contacts that you currently have in your HubSpot account. You can check for if you have another user, you can check for that particular user. You can check if they are owned by you. And when I click on me, I can be able to see all of the contacts that are owned by me. If you also have all of the deactivated and removed owners, which you want to also be able to transfer to another person, you can see all of those contacts that are currently under those people. So another amazing thing you can do is to filter by create date. If you want to see all of the contact that came in today or that was created today, you just need to click on today. You can be able to see all of the contacts that came in today. As you can see, Emma Ferry was created by me just now, and it's already showing up in the create date is today. You can also check in for the last activity date. So let's say, for instance, you want to see those people whose activities whose last activity is maybe yesterday or today, or you want to check for last week, you want to check for last year. You can be able to filter based on all of this criteria, and that is the amazing thing about HubSpot also. So we can check for those people who have the last activity days is the last 90 days. So that means those people who we have been in contact with in the last 30 days, or who we've done anything for in the last 90 days, is only Emma that is showing up. You can be able to check that also. And also, if you want to check in according to your lead status, so for example, you want to check in those people who are in open or who are in new and open. You want to check for those people who are in progress. You can be able to check in for whatever lead status you currently have, the options you currently have. You can check that, and to also add in all of the filters that you want to add but are currently not in here, all you need to do is just to click on create more. And when you click on more, it is going to help you, and you can be able to filter according to all of these categories here. There are actually a lot, and you just need to pick whichever one works for you. You can filter based on country, you can filter based on city, you can filter based on the traffic source, wherever they are coming from. You can filter based on time zone, on tags. Oh my god, it's a lot. Yeah, so, and you can be able to filter based on form submission to see those people who are coming in from a particular form. So that is for the advanced filter. And also, you can add in a view, and the view just allows you to be able to filter based to create a filter, and you save that filter. So for instance, we can see all of the contacts we have in HubSpot here, and when I click on my contacts, it is only going to filter those contacts that are belonging to me. And also, when I click on unassigned contacts, it is going to check for all of those contacts that are currently not assigned to anybody. As you can see, the filter here is contact owner, and it is unassigned, and that is why it is showing up for the unassigned contact. And we have 3 views here. Since we are on the free plan, we have the ability, or we are allowed to create 5 custom views. So when I click on this add view here, I can be able to add in whatever view I want to add. So let's say we want to add in from their template, or you can add in from the admin promoted if you want. But if you click on load more here, and you see that whatever you want to add is currently not provided by HubSpot, you can create a new view by yourself. So to create a new view, let's say we want to check in for all of those people who their lead status is new and open. So let's say new and open status. So let's say we want to check for this, and we can decide that this view is only going to be private, and only us can see this view. So that means only the user that is creating this view is going to see this view. But if you also want to decide that you want to create a team, only people in particular team can be able to view this custom view, you can also set that up. You can also say that you want everyone to be able to see this custom view. So that means no matter who they are, so far they are a user in HubSpot, they can be able to view this custom view. So when you are done and you click on everyone, you can click on confirm, and when you click on confirm, it is going to create that view for you. And then you can be able to set up your filter by clicking on the advanced filter here. And you can say that I want to add in a filter, and only want to check for the lead status. So let me see status. So let's say we want to check in for the lead status is any of. We are picking only new and open. That is because we only want to see those people who are in the lead status of new and open. So when you are done, you just click on save. as you can see, our custom view has been added. So when I go back to my unassigned contacts, I will be able to see the unassigned contacts. And when I go back to my new and open status, I will be able to see all of those contacts that are currently under new and open late status. So that is for custom view. So another thing we can be able to do in HubSpot is we can click on action and we can be able to edit properties, we can manage duplicates, we can fix formatting issue, that one is logged, and we can restore records. So if you delete your records in HubSpot, they are going to keep that record for you for 90 days. So because they're saying here that you can be able to restore deleted records for the in the last 90 days. So let's try and delete some records and let's see how we can be able to restore those records. So when I go back to my contact, let's say I want to delete all of these people, and I click on delete here. And when I click on delete, it's going to ask me if I really want to delete these people. You need to type in the number and you click on delete. And when you click on delete, that is going to delete your records. And when you come over here, so let's go back to all contacts and we click on actions and we click on restore records, it is going to show us all of the records we just deleted. As you can see, these are the records we deleted in HubSpot. And when we try to click on this, we can try to bring all of this record back into HubSpot. So all you need to do is just to click on this, click on everyone, or select all 5 records and you click on restore all. And when you click on restore all, it is going to restore all of those contacts we have deleted in HubSpot. So I'm going to click on 5 and I'm going to click on restore. And as you can see, it's processing that and it should be able to return our contacts back into the contact menu. I love this about HubSpot because there are sometimes that you make mistakes where you mistakenly deleted some contacts you were not supposed to delete. You don't need to panic. You don't need to fidget. Just come to your restore contacts and restore them back. But you have to make sure that you restore them in 90 days. So that means after 90 days, HubSpot is going to automatically delete them, like permanently delete them. And you will not be able to restore again after 90 days of deletion. So that is for the restore record. So when we go back to contact, and as you can see now, our new and open is back and is currently in here. So as you can see, all of this contact has been restored. So that is for contact. Another thing we can be able to look at in contact is we can be able to pick various contacts, or if you want to pick all of your contacts, you just need to click on this, and this is going to pick the contact that you can see here, which is 50 contacts. If you want to select every of the contacts in your HubSpot account, you can just click on select all contacts. So this is going to select all of the 1,373 contacts we have. And when you click that, you can be able to do a lot of things. You can say that this contact should be assigned to someone. So for instance, if you have contacts that maybe they are still in new and open list status and you want to assign to a list, a particular user, and you do not want to do that one by one, you can just pick whatever contact it is. You can assign to the owner and you can just click the particular user in your CRM, and you can be able to type in the number. It is always going to ask you to type in the number just to make sure that you know what you are doing. And you click on yes, I want to apply these changes, and you click on updates. This is going to assign all of these contacts to Emma Glory, who is the only user in HubSpot here. Okay, and as you can see, we can be able to see that Emma Glory is going to be the contact owner of all of these contacts. So apart from that, we can also decide to edit. So for instance, you can be able to edit whatever custom fields you want to edit in here, or whatever fields you want to edit, or property. It is called property in HubSpot, not custom fields. So as you can see, we can decide I want to edit the status, we can decide I want to edit the close dates, we can decide we want to edit maybe the city, the country. You can edit all of those things. And it is actually amazing because you don't need to start editing one by one, especially if what you want to edit is the same thing or the same value. You can just do that for every one of them. So let's say we want to add in a tag, and we want to add in a particular tag for all of these contacts. So we can say the contacts are code, and it's going to ask you to insert the number also, and this is going to edit for every of the contacts we just picked. And when you click on update, it is going to update that, and it's going to update that particular custom field, which is tags, and it's going to make everyone code, like it's going to add a code tag it to everyone. So you can also decide to delete. If you want to delete contacts in your HubSpot account, maybe people unsubscribed or there have been some bounced emails and you just want to take them off, you don't want them again, you can just like pick them. So when you pick them, so let's say I want to pick this, this and this, and I can just decide to click on delete. And when I click on delete, it's going to delete the contact I just picked. So I type in my number and I type in, and I click on delete, and it's going to delete all of those contacts. Remember that you can also restore them if you made a mistake. So another thing you can do for this contact page is that you can edit your columns. So the number, let me go back here. As you can see, we can see the name, we can see the email, we can see the phone number, the contact owner, the primary company, and all of these things. So let's imagine that we want to add in more custom fields that we want to be able to see. All you need to do is just to click on edit column, and this is everything that is showing up on that table page. You can also decide that you want to add in different custom fields or different fields to show up in the list view. So let's say we want to check in for the list job title, we want to check in for the last name also. We also want to check the lead source, and let's say where is owner. Let me type in owner. Yeah, so the contact owner is there already, and we can check in the owner assigned date. And also you can rearrange this however you want. So last name should be after the first name. Where is first name? Yeah, so this is first name. I want to also add first name, and I'm going to drag in my first name up. My first name should be after name. My last name should also be after first name. Then the email, yeah, I think that's okay. The create date, we can drag in the create date here, and we can drag in the last activity days here. You can just arrange it however you want. And also when you are done, you click on apply, or you can remove all columns if you want to start again. So let's just click on apply, and this is going to add in the different things I just added in. And as you can see, it's adding the job title, it's adding the lead source, it's adding the owner assigned date, it's adding the create date and the last activity date. This is actually very amazing, because if you want to be able to take a glance and just to, instead of like checking in on everyone, you just want to see at a glance a particular custom field, all you need to do is just to add it to the list view. Okay, so another thing you can do in HubSpot is that you can export contacts from HubSpot. So for instance, when you click on export, yeah, you can export all of your contacts, and you can decide to export them in a CSV file or any of these formats in here. And you can decide to change the language of your column headers if you want to use English, if you want to use French, or whatever it is you want to use. You can also customize this and say you want to include all the email address, not just only the primary email address. If there's any secondary email address or any custom field email address, you also want to include that in. So when you click on export, it is going to export all of your data from your CRM. So this should actually be done, especially if you want to be able to back up your data so as not to allow you lose contact or lose lead. It's very, very good when you back up all of your data and store them in one particular place. And as you can see, it is saying that my it has been delivered. It's going to be delivered to my email. I can also be able to go in here, and I can be able to download it also here. And when I click on download, my contacts, all of my contacts has been saved as a CSV file inside my computer. So as time goes on, if I want to pick on any contacts, if I want to update contacts, I can do that and just bring them back into the CRM. Okay. So that is for export, and this is for contacts. So another thing we want to look at is for individual contacts. When you click on a particular contact, you can be able to see the contact view, and this is everything you can find about the contact. I know this thing is actually a lot, and it can be confusing, especially if you're a beginner. You're seeing all of this and you're like, oh my god, I don't even know what to click on. It's fine to be confused at first, but it is actually very simple, and it is easy for you to get a hang of it when you start using it. So in this part, you can be able to see whatever it is for your contact. So for instance, you can see the email, you can see the different fields or the different details that you've added in for this particular contact. You can add in a note for the contact, you can email the contact, you can call the contact, you can create a task, you can also set up a meeting, and you can do all of these things. We are going to be coming to that in a minute, but I just want to show you different things we can do. You can view all properties for this contact if you want. You can view the property histories, and you can do all of these things. You can also check in the overview. The overview is going to allow you to be able to see all of the activities that have been done for this particular contact. We can check in if there is any upcoming activity, if there is a pinned activity, if there is a deal associated with this contact, we can see that in here. If there is a company associated also, we can see that in here. And as you can see, this is the only activity we currently have for this contact, is that they were created in June 2024. And we can also see that the life cycle stage is lead, and the last activity there is nothing, because nothing has been done on this contact. You can also see the activities, and this activities is going to show up whenever you do anything for this contact. So for instance, if you create an invoice for the contact, if you email the contact, if you create a note for the contact, the CRM is going to help you save everything, and it's going to allow you to be able to track whatever days or whoever did whatever for any of the contacts. It is going to show you who made the changes. It is going to show you what changes was made, and it's also going to tell you the date of the changes. This is actually very good, because there will be no confusion. You can be able to see whoever is creating the invoice or whoever deleted something, just to catch that person. Yeah, I'm just joking. Okay, so that is for the activities. If you want to check in for only the note activities, you can do that. You can check it for the email activities, you can check it for the call activities, the task activities, the meeting activities. You can also log a meeting if you want. Same thing as a task, you can create a task for this contact. And also by the left hand side, or sorry, by the right hand side here, we can see the things we can see here, like the deals. You can add in a deal for this particular contact if you want. All you need to do is just to click on add, and you can add in whatever deal you currently have in your CRM. So we have you can create a new a new deal, or you can add in an existing deal. So we have these 3 deals here. You can add in whatever you want to that particular contact. You can also add in a ticket for the contact. You can see if there is a payment link currently for that particular contact, or if there is a contact associated with this particular contact, or if there's any subscription, payment, or attachment that has been set up for them. And as you can see, they have an invoice in here which we created for them, and you can see the number of invoices that have been created. So the same thing for playbook and workflow membership. You can be able to see if they are in any particular workflow, just to have a glance of whatever is going on with this contact. Yeah, so that is for the contact view. And if we go over here and we go over to contact, there is something I forgot to mention. For contact, let's say we want to create a contact, we can create one by one. That is actually amazing. But another amazing thing you can do for contact is that you can import your contact. It is very stressful, and I think no one should be doing that. You should not be doing that at all. If you have 100 contacts and you want to bring them into HubSpot HubSpot CRM, you should not be creating them one by one. That is a waste of time and energy. What you can do is that you can be able to import this contact into your HubSpot account. But one thing you need to note is that when you want to import your contact, you have to make sure that whatever you're importing is in a CSV format or an Excel sheet format. So those are the 2 formats that HubSpot is going to take from you. So when you click on import over here, it is going to ask you for the file that you want to import. You can upload the file here, and you can also sync from different apps. So if you have maybe if you're using Zoho CRM and you want to sync from Zoho CRM to HubSpot, you can just connect that particular app. And as you can see, they have a lot of apps you can be able to sync from. So instead of you doing it manually, bringing your contact from Mailchimp to the HubSpot account, or your contact from Google Contacts to HubSpot account and doing that manually, no, you just need to sync it in, and it's going to get all of those contacts from that particular app down into HubSpot CRM. This is actually very amazing. So we have the different apps in here. You can also go to their marketplace to be able to sync. If you're using Brevo, you can also sync Brevo to Bravo to HubSpot. But since we are going to be using a file, we are just going to be uploading that file, a CSV file, and we can be able to see how we can import. But before we upload the file, I want to show you also before we upload a file, there's something we need to check in. So we have this dummy contacts we have created, but one thing we need to also make sure is that all of these contacts we are importing, we have to make sure that all of these custom fields are currently in HubSpot. If they are not in HubSpot, they cannot be synced in, they cannot be imported, and they are going to have a lot of errors. So that is why you need to make sure that all of these custom fields that are showing up in your Excel sheet are currently created in HubSpot. So to do that, let us see how we can create custom fields or properties in HubSpot. So I'm going to go back into my HubSpot account and I'm going to click on my settings jar. And when I click on the settings jar over here, as you can see, I'm going to go into the data management and I'm going to click on properties. It is called properties in HubSpot, but it is also known as custom fields. So we have properties that can be created for contacts, can be created for deals, can be created for companies, for invoices, and for all of this. Yeah, so you can create custom fields for quotes, you can create custom fields for call properties and deal properties, yeah, you can do all of that. Let's see how we can now start with the contact properties. So since that is the first thing we are dealing with, and as you can see, we are currently in the contact properties, and you can see all of the contact properties that HubSpot have been able to create for us. There are actually a lot of properties, and I believe we have more than 100. Yeah, we have like 300 that was created by HubSpot. So we can also create our own custom fields if we want. And to create a custom property or to create your own property, you just need to click on create property, and it is going to bring out this where you can be able to add in the name of the custom field or the property, or you can also add the field type. They have a lot of field type in here that you can be able to pick from, but I'm just going to brush through each of them first so we can be able to see how to use it. So the single line text is just the one where you can be able to add the text. Maybe you're asking for the first name or you're asking for the last name, where they can just be able to type a single line text. That is for the single line. And for the multi-line, this is where you allow them to be able to type in whatever it is they want, like in paragraphs, long things can be typed, and I think they have like 2,500 characters limits for that. So we have the numbers where you can be able to insert maybe the if you're asking for the number of courses they offer, or you're asking for the number of products they want to buy from us. And a single checkbox is just the one where you can ask people to be able to pick a checkbox. So let's say you want to ask people, do they want to receive email from us? They just need to pick that checkbox to say yes. And we have the multiple checkbox where you can be able to create different options. So you can ask something like what services are you interested in? Maybe you are interested in automations, or you are interested in landing pages, or you are interested in email campaigns or sequences. Yeah, they can be able to pick multiple options. So you can use the default or you can use the tag. So the tag is just going to add this answers is going to add it as a tag and not just an option. So we have the multiple checkbox, we have the radio select where they can be able to pick various options. So they can only be able to pick one option. Yeah, so for the radio select they can pick one option. For the drop down select also, they can be able to pick one option, but this is going to be a drop down and it is not going to be like the radio select where it's going to list out all of the options. It's going to be like the drop down where you can be, when they click on the drop down, you are going to see the various options. So we can also see that we have the phone number. You can ask people to put in their phone number. Let's say you want to ask for the parent's phone number, or you want to ask for the CEO's phone number. Whatever phone number you want to ask for, you can use the phone number field. And you can also see that we have the date picker. The date picker just allows you to be able to ask questions that have to do with dates, maybe their birthday or the dates they are going to be available for the meeting. Yeah, you can use the date picker for that. And we have the file. we have the date and time picker. The date and time picker is different from the date picker in such that the date and time allows people to be able to pick the date and the time. So let's say we want to ask people the date and the time they will be available for a meeting. They can be able to pick a date. They can say maybe the 14th of February at 9 p.m. Yeah, so this is what the date and time picker does. It is different from the date picker because the date picker allows them to only pick the dates, but the date and time allows them to pick the date and the time. And we have the file here. The file just allows us to be able to ask people to upload things. So they can upload images, they can upload files like PDFs. And the next one is the HubSpot user. The HubSpot user allows us to be able to add in custom fields that have to do with the HubSpot user. So let's say we want to check in for the contact owner, for instance. That field is the HubSpot user field. We can also create another one and say the salesperson. Maybe the salesperson for that particular contact can be a user in our HubSpot account. So the next one after HubSpot user is the URL. So let's say you're asking people for details like company's URL. You can use the URL field for that. And also we have the option to create 10 custom fields, and that's because we are on the free plan. They are only giving us 10 custom fields, so we have to use this wisely. And when we come back into our dummy list, we have the first name, the last name, the email, the phone. I believe all of this has been created by HubSpot. Yeah, so we have the job title, which HubSpot you have already. The company name is already in HubSpot. City is in HubSpot. Country is in HubSpot. Life cycle stage is in HubSpot already. Then we have the lead status. Lead status is in HubSpot, but we have to make sure that the lead status we have here is the same thing with the lead status we have in HubSpot. So when I go back to my HubSpot account and I look for my lead status, yeah, so my lead status is a radio select. That means they can only be able to pick one option. And as you can see here, we have the field type. The field type, we have new, we have in progress, and we have all of this. And if I go back to my contact, as you can see, my lead status is having all of these, and I can see closed one. And I believe we do not have closed one in HubSpot. So I'm going to go back into my settings here, and I'm going to add in another option, and I'm just going to add in closed one option. So when I click on save, this is going to save my data, my field. So you just need to make sure that whatever field you are creating in here, whatever field you are creating in HubSpot is the same thing as what you are creating in here. Okay, so I believe we have new, we have contacted. Let me turn this to a drop down. Okay, so for the lead status, we have the closed one, we have contacted, and we have new, we have qualified. Yeah, I think we have all of these already. So let me go back to HubSpot. Okay, yeah, we have new, we have open. Yeah, everything is complete for the lead status. When I go back to my list and I can see that we have the service interest. Okay, so this is all our service interest in here. So give me a minute to copy everything inside HubSpot. The service interest is a drop down field or just a radio select. So we are going to be using a radio select for the service interest. So when I copy this and I go back into my property setting, I just click on save for the lead status, and I can be able to create a new property. And I'm going to add the label as service interest. And since they can only pick one service interest, we are going to be using the radio select or the drop down select. So let's just pick the radio select. Now this is going to allow us to be able to add different options, and we can use the options we have in here and we can add it to HubSpot. So let me just copy it and bring it into HubSpot. So now that we've added in all of our options for service interest, when we go back into property settings, as you can see, I have added in all of our service interest, and I'm going to click on create property. So I can decide that I want to use the option style to be default, or I want it to be with dots, or I want to use the badge. So let's use the badge, and we can see that we are using the radio select because they can only pick one option. So I am going to click on create property, and when I click on create property, that is going to create my custom field. So let me cancel this. So my service interest, when I search in for my service interest, as you can see, it has been created. So I am going to go back to my dummy list, and I am going to check in for other custom fields here. As you can see, we have after service interest, we have estimated due value. So the estimated due value is a currency field because this is the amount we are expecting from them if they buy from us. So I'm just going to copy this in here, and I'm going to go back into my property. I'm going to click on create property, and I am going to label this estimated due value. So I am going to be using number, and under number, the number format is going to be currency because it is price, like it is money value. You can also pick, if you are using a normal number, you can use a formatted number, or you can use an unformatted number. You can use percentage if that works for you, but since we are dealing with money value, it is going to be currency. And when we do that, we can also decide to make sure that there is unique value for this what's it called, for this field, but that is not necessary. As you can see, my field type is currency field, and I can decide to show this property in forms, chat flow. I can also do all of this validation if I want. Yeah, when I add in everything, I can just click on create, and that is going to create my estimated deal value as a currency field. So the next one we have is the lead source detail. So this is going to show us where the leads are coming from. So if we go back in here and we look for lead source, let's see if we have lead source already. Yeah, my lead source is a drop down select, and I just need to make sure that all of my lead source, the options I have on that sheet, is currently in HubSpot here. Okay, so let me turn this to a drop down. Okay, so give me a minute to copy all of this. Okay, so when I come back into my lead source, yeah, my lead source for contacts, as you can see, we can add it as a badge, or we can use the default. I am just going to load in my option in here. So instead of me copying it one by one, I can just load in the option I have already copied here. So let me just copy all of the option. Okay, so we have the options here, and I have added in all of this. We have Google search, we have Instagram. I'm just going to load in my option in here. Oh, I have some ones already, so I'm just going to delete them. Delete this. So I'm going to click on delete. Yeah, I have those options already. I do not need to bring them in again. Okay, so that has added in all of my options. So I am going to go back, and I am going to click on save. Oh, we have Google search. Okay, let me take this off. Yeah, so I can now click on save, and when I click on save, that has been saved. Okay, so the next one we want to look at now is the webinar attended. So let's copy this. We have webinar attended, and we are just going to create the custom field in HubSpot. And when we bring this in here as webinar attended, it's going to be a drop down select, because let's use a radio select, it's just yes or no. So I'm just going to add in my option yes and my option no. And when I'm done, I can click on create property, and that is going to create the custom field for that. And we have the next one, which is the client tier, and I think we have gold, silver, gold, platinum. So let me just create that in HubSpot. Oh, I've reached my limit. Wow. Yeah, it says I've reached my limit, so I'm just going to delete the rest. I have to. So it's actually simple when you want to do the rest. Just use what's it called? For this, you are going to be using drop down select or radio select. For this also, you are going to be using radio select, and for the renewal date, you are going to be using the date field, and for the engagement score, you are going to be using the number, and it's going to be a formatted number. So we're just going to like delete all of this. Okay, that has been deleted, and we currently have this. So now that we've created everything, all the custom fields on this list in HubSpot, we can then start importing all of these contacts into HubSpot. I'm going to go back to my contacts, and when I go back to my contacts, instead of creating these contacts on this list one by one, I'm just going to click on download. And remember that when you want to download it as a CSV format or this XLS. So you have to make sure that it is one of these formats. If it is a PDF or if it is a web page or whatever it is not going to come in. It has to be a CSV format. So when you click on download, that should download my CSV, and I'm going to go back into my contact. I'm going to click on import, and when I click on import over here, I can be able to import all of this contact into HubSpot. So I'm going to pick import data from file, and it is asking me if I want to import contacts only, or if I want to import contacts and update some other objects like maybe the contact and the company and all of these things. So let's pick this. I want to update my contacts and companies. I want to import contacts and companies because if I go back to my sheet, we have the company name here. So I have to make sure that this company name is created for the contact over here. So when I come over to my import, I am picking contact and import. It is actually possible for you to import activities also. So maybe if there's a call login you want to add to the contact, or if there's emails you want to add to the contact, you can actually do that also. But for the sake of this tutorial, we are only picking contacts and companies. So when you pick the ones you want to import, you click on next. And when you click on next, it is going to show you this page where it is asking you if you only want to update, if you want to upload a single file or multiple file. It is possible to import more than one file. So that means if you have more than one CSV file, you can be able to import more than one. And it's also asking us how we want to import this contact. Do we want to create and update contact, or do we want to create contact only? So it is possible that you have some contacts in here already that you want to update in HubSpot. You can click on create and update contacts. But if they are not, if you do not have any old contacts on your Excel file, but you just want to create new ones in HubSpot, you pick the second option. Sorry, or you can even update only existing contacts if you want. So for the sake of this tutorial, since those are new contacts, we're just going to be using create new contact. And for the companies also, we are going to be picking create new companies only. You can pick whatever works for you. Okay, it is asking us to choose the file here. So let's choose a file. It is going to go into my computer, and I'm just going to click on this contacts for HubSpot, and I am going to click on open. And when I open this, yeah, my file has been uploaded, and it is asking me for the language, which is actually English, and I'm going to click on next. So the next thing for me to do now is to map the details coming in from the file into the details in our HubSpot CRM. This is actually a very, very important part that you do not want to make any mistakes, because if you make mistake here, it's going to affect the overall import you are trying to do. So you have to make sure that first name is mapping out with the first name in HubSpot, and the last name is also mapping out with the last name in HubSpot. So all of this has been mapped, and as you can see, the what's it called, the custom field I created has also been mapped with the custom field in HubSpot. So everything has been mapped. You just have to make sure that you check everything to make sure that it is mapped to the correct field. Phone number has been mapped with phone number. Job has been mapped with job. Yeah, company name, yes, that's correct. Yep, I think we have everything settled. So lead source has also been mapped with lead source. So when I click on next, it is asking me for this. So now for the import name, this is our import name. We can decide to create a contact segment if we want. So that means it is going to create a segment, for a list segment for this contact. And we can also decide that we want to make the number format maybe any of this option, maybe Canada, Italy, Germany. We're using English, so we're just going to leave it as that. So you can also use Ethernet signal if you want. And as you can see, our properties are used in only one segment. So I need to click on something. Oh, I need to pick one of these options. Let's use United States. Let's see how that will work. And also, it is very important that you click on this to agree that this contact you're trying to import in, they want to hear from you. This is just to protect those contacts you are bringing in, so it does not look like as if you are spamming them and everything. HubSpot is just trying to verify if you do not purchase the contact, or if you do not rent the contact, and if you have to make sure that the contact actually do want to hear from you, or they subscribe to your website or wherever they subscribe to. So after doing all of this, you can then click on finish import, and when you click on finish import, it is going to process your import for you. As you can see, our import is currently processing, so let's wait for it to finish. And yeah, it has actually added in all of our contacts. It has added in 20 contacts, which is the contact row, and 20 new association, which should be the company association, and we have 40 new records. We have 40 records because we have 20 records for contact and we have 20 records for company. That is why we are having 40 records. And when we go back into our contacts in here, as you can see, our contact should increase. Yeah, so our contact now is 1,390 contacts. And when we even go back to our CRM here, and we go back to segment or list, we should be able to see the new contact we just brought in because we created a segment for them. And as you can see, this is the contact we just imported, and we have 20 contacts in that particular segment. So that is how to import contacts in your HubSpot account. Remember that we have companies imported with the contact also. So when we go back in here and we click on companies, we can also see the new companies we just added inside of HubSpot. As you can see, these are all of the companies that have been added in, and you can also, when you click on the companies, you can also see the contact that is being associated with that particular company. So for instance, this is Green Valley Marketing. As you can see, Emily Watson is associated with Green Value Marketing. Value Marketing. You can also create a new company if you want by going into the companies tab, and then you can click on create company. So when you click on create company, it's going to ask you for the details of the company, like the domain name of the company. So let's say the domain name is crm.com, and the company name can be CRM Guru. And we have the company owner. You can add the industry they are in, whether it is accounting or whatever it is, the type of business, maybe the type of company, maybe they are a prospect or a partner. You can also add the city, you can add the states and the description and all of those things. Also remember, the way we edited the form for contacts, we can also edit the form for companies also. You can create and add another, or you can just click on create. So that is for companies in HubSpot. You can also do all of this filter the way we did for contact. You can also do that for company. So now that we've seen how we can set up companies and contacts, and we've seen how we can import contacts, one quick thing before we move forward: if you are setting up HubSpot for your business or even for your team, and you want to make sure that everything is structured properly from the beginning to the end, our team at CRMInstructors supports business with HubSpot setup so that they can be able to manage leads, track deals, and follow up more confidently. So if you want to book a free discovery call, you can use the link in the description below, and we're going to help you identify the next step for your setup. And if you have not downloaded it yet, make sure to grab your free CRM framework PDF as well. The link is also in the description below. It will help you to get more value from HubSpot and follow through with this course. Now let's continue with the lesson. The next important thing we want to look at is our deals. So you might have heard of deals, or you might have seen deals in HubSpot, and you actually do not really understand what it is all about. So deals in HubSpot just represent the potential sale that you are expecting from a particular contact that is in a particular company. So the deal is just like a potential sale. It's like saying there is money in line that we want to receive for this particular project we are doing, or that we are about to embark on. So let's say those contacts we imported in, we communicated with those contacts, and they showed interest in actually buying one of our products. We can be able to create a deal, and we can create different stages on that deal, and those stages are going to be called pipeline. Every one of these deals are going to be living in those pipelines, and they are going to be moving from each stages of the pipeline, from the beginning stage to the end stage. So we have different stages of pipeline that we can create, like the contacted, like the qualified, or the proposal sent, proposal accepted, contract sent, contract accepted, negotiation, then the closed one. Okay, so we can create a new deal by just clicking on create deal, and you can be able to add in all of these options. all of these details for your deal. But before we create a deal, let's see how we can create a pipeline. Like I said, a pipeline is where each of these deals are going to live in, and you can be able to see the different stages of your pipeline. So the pipeline is just representing your sales process. Let's say you're in a real estate company, and you want to create a pipeline. Your pipeline is going to be different from maybe a coaching agency. So it is going to be different in such a way because your sales process are actually different, and that is why your sales pipeline will also be different. So if you want to create a sales pipeline, if you want to create a pipeline, all you need to do is to come in here and see your pipeline here. As you can see, we have these pipelines created already. All of our pipelines are in here. You can click on edit pipeline to edit the pipeline, or you can click on actions. You can click on actions in here and you can add in another pipeline. It is in the paid plan, but let's just see how that is going to work. So I'm just going to come into my sales pipeline here. Edit pipeline, and when I click on edit pipeline, it's going to take me to this settings place where I can be able to edit the pipeline. As you can see, this is how our pipeline is, and depending on your sales process, let's say there is a new lead, and after the new lead comes in, they need to book a call, and after they book a call, we can then qualify them to buy. After we qualify them to buy, we can then present maybe a presentation to them, and then they can decide and all of those things. So let's try to create our own size pipeline. Okay, so let's say the first stage of our sales pipeline is new lead. We are naming this new lead, and it is 10% because the probability of this converting is 10%. And after that, we have call booked. So we can say call booked is the next stage, because if the new lead comes in, we need to make sure that that new lead book an appointment with us, and if the call is booked, that is for the next stage. And after the call is booked, we can also say the next stage is call completed, and that is for the next stage. After that, we can say after the call is completed, then we can qualify them. So we can say they can move into this stage, which is qualified. So we've qualified this lead and they are going to come into this stage, and we can say that if the call is booked, there's 20% probability that they are going to convert into a paying client. And if the call is completed, it can be let's say the call is completed, that's 40%, and if they are qualified, it is a 50-50 option. So 50% probability means that they can either buy from us or they can decide not to buy from us. So the next one after qualified is to send in a proposal, and let's say proposal sent. This is for proposal sent. Then the next one after proposal is sent, we can then say the proposal is accepted. And after the proposal is accepted, we can say that we want to check in for another stage, which is contract sent. So I'm going to drag my contract sent here, and I'm going to name this contract sent. Yeah, so if the contract is sent, and when they accept the contract or when they sign the contract, they are going to become closed one. And if the contract is sent, let's say they have a 90% probability of becoming a customer, and if the proposal is sent, let's say they have 60% of being a customer, and the proposal accepted should be 70%. Yeah, so I think this works. And we have the closed loss and we have the closed one. Remember that the closed one is only when they have paid and they have when they are already a paying customer. That is when they get to the closed one. And for the closed loss, that means we lost this contact and we were not able to close them. We were not able to close the deal. So let's save this pipeline, and when we save this pipeline, as you can see, we cannot create another pipeline, and that is because we are in the free plan and it only allows us to create only one plan. And you can decide to rename this pipeline. You can reorder the pipeline if you want. You can also manage the assets. That is also in the paid plan, so we cannot do that. Okay, so another thing we want to look at is the conditional stage properties, and that means for the new lead, you can decide that there are some custom properties we want to be able to see for the new deal. Let's say for the new deal, we want to set some fields as required. So we can say we want to make sure we know the amount, and we also want to make sure we know the close dates. So that means your users cannot be able to create a new deal until these things have been added in, because they are required for this new deal. So you can save the logic. You can do the same thing for every one of these stages. If we are saying proposal is accepted, then that means we must be able to upload the proposal into HubSpot. And when that proposal is not uploaded, we cannot move that deal to proposal accepted. It is just to make sure that everybody stay in line and they get the actual field or the custom field that is needed for each of the stages. Yeah, so you can set this up however you want, and that is for that. And when we go back into our deals over here, we can then see the let's refresh this. We can see the deal stages that we have that has been edited. Now we can see those deal stages, and as you can see, we have the new lead, we have the call booked, and you can be able to set this up for each of your deals. And this is for the list view, and we can also see the Kanban view. The Kanban view means that we can see the deals based on each stages. So we have on the new lead, we have this deal here, and you can decide to drag into whatever stages you have. So that is why the Kanban view is good, because you can actually see the amount on each of the stages below here. So you can see the total amount and you can see the weighted amount. And remember that the weighted amount is calculated based on the probability. Yeah. So if you come over here, you can also see your closed loan and your won deal also. So to create a deal, like I said, you just need to click on create deal, and you can be able to create your deal. So let's say we want to name this deal. We want to name it CRM automation. So we want to set up CRM automation for a particular company, and we are using the sales pipeline, and they are a new lead, and we are expecting them to book a call from us before we can be able to move them into call booked. And let's say the amount of the automation is $10,000, and we can be able to add in a close date. The close date just means when do we expect this deal to be closed. Yeah, so that's the simple term. When do we expect these people to pay for this particular deal? So we can say we are expecting the payments by, maybe we're expecting them to close by 1st of April, and we can decide to add in a deal owner, which is myself, and we can add in a deal type. We can say if this is a new business or an existing business, and we can also add in a priority. We can say the priority is medium, and we can also add in a company. So let's say this deal is for the alpha construction, and we can also add in the timeline activities if you want. We can also add in a line item. So to add in a line item, you need to create products in HubSpot. We are going to be seeing that in a minute. So now we've added in all of our options. If you want to add in more options on this form, you just need to create on edit form, and you can bring other custom properties you want to add on this form. So we are okay with this. We are just going to click on create, and that is going to create our deal, which has been added into the new stage. That has added in our deal to the first stage, which is new lead. So you can see the details about this deal. You can see it by the left hand side. You can see the amount, you can see the close date, you can see the pipeline, and you can also see the deal stage also. You can create a note for the deal, you can email the deal, you can call the deal, you can also set up meetings and tasks. Okay, so this is the deal view, and we can see when this deal was created, the date it was created. You can see if there is any contact associated with this company. Yeah, there is no contact, so let's just add in a contact. Okay, so the contact associated with this company, with the alpha company, is James Potter. So let's go back to our deals, and as you can see, the deal we just created is on the first stage, which is CRM automation. Okay, so now that our deal has been created, as you can see, we can see the contact associated, we can see the companies associated, and we can also see if there's any other deals that has been associated with this. And yeah, let me refresh this page, and by the right hand side we can see the contact, the companies. We can see if there's any codes created for this for this deal, or tickets or payment link, and if there's any extra deals that have been created or subscription, and all of this can be found on the right hand side. And for the left hand side, you can also see that we have little information about the deal. So we can also click on the action button here, and we can decide to customize these properties. So we can say by the right hand side we want to include more custom fields or more properties on this. We want to be able to see more properties on the left hand side. So what we need to do is just to click and add more properties. So when I click on add properties over here, so it is going to ask me which other properties I want to add, and I can then be able to add the other properties I want to be able to see at the first glance when I'm looking at my deal. So I want to add closed loss reason and closed won reason, and let's say I want to add the deal stage, and yeah, maybe next activity and pipeline. I definitely want to add the amount, and I want to add the close date, the create date, and I want to add the deal name. That's very important. And yeah, maybe the deal probability. And I also want to add, I'm looking for owner, so let me search it up. I want to add the deal owner. Okay, I think it's added already. Yeah, it's added already. So I'm just going to click over here, and I can be able to rearrange this however I want. So now let's say the amount should actually be up. We want to see the amounts first, or we want to see the deal name first. So the deal name should also be up, and we want the probability to be up also. Then the create date should be after the last contacted. Yeah, so you just need to like rearrange this however you want, and remember that you are free to drag and drop properties however you want to rearrange this. So when you are done with adding all of the properties you want to see at the first glance, you can then click on save. And when you click on save, as you can see by the left hand side, all of other details that we just added has been added in. We can see our create date, we can see the priority, we can see the record source, we can see the due stage, and we can also see the pipeline and the close date. So you can do that by customizing by clicking on the customize properties. So we can also decide to view all the properties of this particular deal, and when you click on view properties, you are going to be able to see all of the properties that are filled in for this particular deal. So you can decide that you want to hide all blank. So when you click on this, that means you want to hide all blank properties. So all of the properties that do not have any details in them is going to be hidden. So you can see all of the properties that actually have the details in them. And as you can see, we have all of this. We have the weighted amount, we have the record ID, we have the due stage, and the due revenue. You can see the amount, you can see the amount in the company's currency, and you can see all of the properties that are currently available for this deal. So that is for that. And the next thing we can also see here is to view the property history. So if there's any changes that is made in the property, if there's any changes that have been made in the geo property, you can be able to see all of these changes in here. So you can see that it was made on this particular date and the particular time. And remember that most of these things are actually done automatically. So for instance, the traffic source is going to be calculated by HubSpot, and you can also see all of those people that are making changes to any of the property, if it's done by any of your users or if it's done by HubSpot itself. Okay, so that is for that. So let's go back, and when we go back over here, we can also be able to create a note for this deal. We can send an email to this deal. We can also create a call, or we can log a call, or we can make a phone call, and we can also create task meeting and all of this. So we are going to get to that in a minute, but before we get to that, let's go back to our deals over here. and we can see our Kanban view, and as you can see, the deal we just created is on the first stage of our Kanban view, and which is the first deal stage in this place. We can also decide to filter based on deal owner. If you want to check all of those deals that are belonging to a particular deal owner, you can just filter and click on this drop down here, and you can see all of the deals that have been assigned to you, or you can see all of the deals that have not been assigned to anybody, which is unassigned. Or you can also see all of the deals that have been assigned to all of the deactivated and removed user you have in HubSpot. You can also see the deals by their create date, so that means you can see the deals you just created today, and you can also see all of the deals that you've created maybe in the last 6 months or last month or this month. You can choose whatever it is you want, and you can also check for the deals whose last activity date is today or last activity is 6 months. This is going to help you to be able to see all of those days that you need to follow up with, that you need to communicate with, just to see where all of them stand. So this is actually very important. And we have the close date. We can filter based on the close date and say if the close date is today, we want to see all of the deals that the close date is today, or want to see all of the deals that the close date is in the next quarter, or is in the past quarter, or this year, or this year so far. You can pick whatever it is you want. And when you click on more, you can be able to filter based on different things also. So you can filter based on deal stages, you can be filter based on the last activity date or the next activity date. You can even filter based on the amount. You can say if the amount is greater than $10,000, you want to see all of this, all of the deals that are greater than $10,000, or if you want to see all of the deals that have maybe like 10 days to close or 20 days to close. So you can use all of this filter in your deals module. So the same way we created a custom view for the contact, we can also create a custom view for deals. So for deals over here, as you can see, we have two custom views for the deals, and when you click over here, you can see that we have the all deals here, and you can see the part where it says my deals. My deals is going to just filter according to the deal owner and making sure that the deal owner is me. When you want to add another view, all you need to do is just to click on add view, and you can be able to add whatever view you want to add. If you want to create a new one, you just need to click on create new view. If you want to use the HubSpot view that has been created, you can also use any one of these. So let's say we want to see all of the one deals that have been, or all of the new deals that have been created this month. You can also add that, and you can see all of the deals that have been created this month. So all you need to do is just to add the new view, and you can also create a new one also. When you click on create new view, you can be able to add the name of the view you want to create. You can make the access private, or you can decide that everyone should be able to see this, the views. So you can put the name of the view, and you can also say that maybe only you should have access to this view, or you want everyone to have access to the view. Then after that, you can then customize the view however you want by using the filter that we currently have in HubSpot here. Okay, so that is for deals. There is something important that we missed that I want us to go back to. So we want to talk about segments or lists. So when we talk about lists in HubSpot, lists just helps us to be able to categorize different modules. So you can be able to create lists for different objects. You can decide to create a list, and you can say the list should be active or the list should be static. Okay, so the difference between the active list and the static list is that the active list updates automatically as time goes on. So let's say you want to create a list where you only want to see contacts that are from a particular country. So let's say you want to create a list and want to check in for contacts that are from Nigeria. So when you want to do that, if you add in another contacts into your HubSpot account and they are from Nigeria, and you add the new contacts, even after creating that list, the list is going to get updated automatically. So that is for active lists. So static lists do not update automatically. So static lists do not update automatically. They remain the same after you have created them. So let's see how to create active and static lists. So to create a static list, that means also segments, you can see all of the segments that have been created on here. And you can also see that you can also create a new segment by clicking on create segment, and it's going to ask you the object you want to create the segment for. You can decide that you want to create this segment for contacts, or you want to create for companies, or you want to create for deals and orders and all of this. You can also decide to create for other objects if you want. So for the sake of this tutorial, let's see how we can create a list for our contacts. So we have contact and we just click on contact, and when you click on contact you can click on next, and when you click on next it is going to take you to this place where you can be able to add your filter. So when you add in your filter here, you can say we only want to see contacts that have the lead status. So let's say lead status. So the lead status is any of, we can say we want to check if the lead status is new or if the lead status is open and in progress. So when you do this, you can be able to add in another filter, and you can say you want to see if the lead status is new, open or in progress. And when you say hand, you are saying that both of these conditions must be fulfilled. Where you had a hand filter, you can say if the lead status is this and this and this, and you can also say if the email is available. So that means if the email is not empty. So let's look for that. So we can say if the email is known and the lead status is any of this, then this can be triggered for this list. So you can also say, you can also create an or condition. So what the or condition means is that if we add in another filter group here, so we are saying that the first group can be fulfilled or the second group can be fulfilled also. So we can also say that we want to check in, or we want to check in for lead source. So let's say lead source is any of, so let's add in some. So let's say we are adding in websites, email, social media, Google search. Yeah, so we are saying that group 1 or group 2 can be fulfilled to enter this list. So it is saying that lead status can be any of these and the email is unknown, that is one group. Then the group 2 is lead source is any of this, that is group 2. So we can say, so you can also decide to add in another filter group if you want. That will be group 3, and when you add that in, you just click on that is going to add in that filter also for this particular segment. So when you are done adding all of the filters you want to add, you want to click on next, and when you click on next, it is going to ask you if you want to make this a static or an active list. The reason why we are going to be making this active list is because we want this to get automatically updated itself. So that means if we add in another lead tomorrow and those leads are currently from any of this lead source, or those leads have the lead status as new, as or open or in progress, they are going to be added to this list. But if we decide I want to make this a static list, we are saying that only the contacts that fit into this criteria today, at this moment where we are creating this list, is only going to be added into this list. So that is the difference. Let me come again so you can understand. Active list is saying that as time goes on and we have more leads that are fitting into any of this criteria, whether group 1 or group 2, they are going to be added into this list. That is for static list. So it automatically updates itself. It's going to check it as time goes on if there's any lead fitting into group 1 criteria or group 2 criteria, and it's going to add them into this list. Whereas static list is only going to show us all of the contacts that are fulfilling all these criteria today, at this moment when we are creating this list. Yeah, I hope that's not confusing. So when you click on next, you can decide to use active list and you can decide to use static list. So let's prove that, or let's see how that works. So we can decide to make this active list and we can add in a description if we want. We can also decide to save and process our segments. So let's name this segment and let's name this open contact. So let's decide to name this open contact, and we can say that we want to edit the criteria we just did, and we can also check in for the details, and we can do a lot of actions. We can decide to clone this, we can decide to compare this with another list, we can decide to convert this to a static list from an active list. So now we have 20 contacts that are fulfilling this or this, and when we go back to our contacts here, so let me go back to contacts here. So let's see if I can find any contacts that have the lead source. Okay, so let's see if the contact lead source is unassigned. Then let's say I want to add the lead source as Google search. So let's pick 3 and add them as Google search. So we go back to contacts and I'm just going to pick 3 of these. So we've picked 3 of this. We can then say we want to edit something. So let's say we want to edit the lead source. So let's say lead source Yeah, and let's say we want to make the lead source to be Google search. So when you pick in Google search and you click on update, this is going to update for the 3 contacts we just added, and that has updated for that. And we can go back into our segments here, and we have 20 contacts currently, and when we refresh this, we can be able to see that it is going to increase to 23, and that is because we just added in 3 other contacts into this. Yeah, so we just need to wait a little bit for it to populate in, but it is going to add it into 23, and we can be able to see the new contacts that have been added. So that is for active and static list. So now let's see how we can be able to do the task management in HubSpot. So when you go over to your CRM and you click on task, you can be able to create different tasks. Okay, so when we talk about tasks in HubSpot, tasks are just like those personal to-do lists in your CRM that are just going to help you as a reminder, so that you do not need to forget to do whatever it is you want to do for a contact or for a deal. So tasks are like your personal to-do list that you create in HubSpot, so that you do not forget to follow up with that contact, or you do not forget to send a proposal to the deal, or you do not forget to call the deal, or you do not forget to email the deal. So all of this can be done by using tasks. So just see tasks as your reminder that helps you, that reminds you of the things you need to do for particular contact or particular deal, or even particular for particular contacts and for particular deals. So to create a task, all we need to do is to determine first the kind of task you want to create. Do you want to create an email task, or do you want to create a call task, or do you want to maybe create a task to send proposal? You just need to determine that first. So you click on create task over here, and when you click on create task, it's going to open up this form where it's going to ask you to fill in all of this. So it is going to ask you for the task title, and you can add in the task name. You can also add in if you want to make this task a call, or if you want to make it an email or a to-do. So we are going to say this is an email task, and we want to say that we want to email. Let's say we want to email this contact on Monday. So this task is to remind us to email this contact on Monday. So we can say the task type is email, and we can also decide to add a priority as I, just to make sure to know that this is a very important task. And we can decide to associate with a contact. So to associate with a contact, you just need to click on the contact here, and we type in the name of the contact we want to associate with. So we want to say that I want to associate with this person. So let's add me, and I want to associate this task with me. And yeah, that has been added. And also I can decide to assign this task to any of the user, and when I click on me, that has been added. I can decide to add to a queue, but I cannot create a new queue because we do not have the paid plan. So I can also decide that the due date should be in maybe in 3 business days or in 4 business days, or you can even add a custom date if you want. So let's say we want this to be done in 1 business day, which is exactly Monday, and we want this to be done by 12 p.m. on Monday, or we can say we want this to be done by 5 p.m. on Monday. And we can also set to repeat, but if you set to repeat, it is just going to keep repeating the task, and we actually do not want that. So the reminder, you can decide that you want to set in a reminder for an hour before, and that reminder is going to come to you through email to remind you to create this task or to fulfill this task. So you can also add in notes for this particular task, and you can say that this is the task to send an email to blah 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 on this particular date. So you can just create that note, and when you are done with adding in all of this, you can click on create and add another, or you can just click on create. When you click on create and add another, it is going to create this task, and it's going to add another blank form for you. So when you click on create and add another, and as you can see, it has created this this email, this contact on Monday. It has created that, and it has added in another form, another blank form for us that we can fill in. So I didn't want to add another one. And when I go into my task over here, as you can see, this is my task, and you can see the particular contact it is associated with. We can be able to send email to this particular contact, and we can also send in whatever email we want to use. We can add in templates, we can use sequences. It's actually logged. We can update documents, we can set meetings with this particular contact. We are going to be seeing all of this in a bit when we want to explain how to send in an email in HubSpot. So that is for that. And you can also see that in this particular note, you can be able to track, in this particular task, you can be able to track the notes, the emails that have been sent, the calls that have been sent. You can also make a call. You can see the tasks that we have for this particular task, or the tasks we need to do for this particular, we are in contact. We can see the task for this contact also. So when you are done with this task, one thing you can do is to reschedule. If you're not done, maybe you think Monday is not going to work and you need to reschedule the date, you just need to click on reschedule, and it can ask you for a new due date, and you can say, you know what, I want this to be done in a week time, not one business day. So you just click on save, and that is going to extend your due date for this particular task, and that has been rescheduled, as you can see here. And also, let me cancel this. Okay, so we've rescheduled that, and as you can see, that has been rescheduled. We should have our due date. Our due date should be a week from now. So let's see. So the due date has been moved to March 16, 2026. And when you are done with this task, all you need to do is just to click on complete. And when you click on complete over here, that means you are done with this task, and this task is going to be marked as complete. And as you can see, this has been sketched through, and that's just to show that this task has been done and completed. So let's cancel this and let's go back. So that is for task. You can do the same thing if you are creating a task to call, or you are creating a task to set up a to-do list. So let's go back into contact. Okay, so now that we have all of this set up, we have the contact set up, we have the deals, we have the complaints, and we have the task. Another thing we want to also look at is how to communicate with contacts. So if you have contacts in your HubSpot account and you want to communicate with them, maybe by sending emails and all of those things, we can just pick in a particular contact. Let me look for someone. So let's say we want to communicate with this person, and we can say that we can edit the name here, and we can also see all of the details in here. Remember that if you want to edit these details and you want to see more than this, all you need to do is just to click on action and click on customize properties, and you can be able to add whatever property you want to add. So for instance, if you want to add the first name and the last name, you can also add that. You can add in the status, you can add in all of this. So after adding all of that, then you click on save, and it is going to save this this part about your contact. And also, if you go over to this part here, you can see that we can create a note for this particular contact. When you click on create note here, it is going to show up this page where we can be able to create a note for Michael. So we can say that you can add in a note and say Michael is a repeat buyer, or Michael is a paying client. So when you add that note, you just click on create note, and that note is going to be created and attached to Michael. So whenever any of your users come to this HubSpot contact, they can be able to go over to notes, and they can be able to see the notes that anyone has created. So let's try that out. When we click on create notes, so let's say we want to say Michael is a paying client, and we can create a note for that. And when you create that note and you come over here to your notes, you will be able to see the notes in here, and you can also see whoever is adding that note, whether it is Emma Glory or whether it is any other user in your HubSpot account. This actually makes a lot of sense, because there are some things you do not want to create custom field for, but you want them to show up in the lead, in the contact. It is very necessary that you create them as notes. We can also send an email to Michael. So for instance, if we want to send an email to Michael, we can also decide the from email, and if you've added in your domain email, you can also add your domain email, where you can be able to send from your domain email. So let's say we want to send an email to Michael, then we can say that so we can add in a subject, and we can say something like, "Hi Michael, Okay, so you can expand this if you want, and you can create the email. So the subject is I Michael, and you can also add in the text in here, and you can say maybe something like thank you for meeting with me. And then the email signature has been added. I'm going to show you how to add this email signature in a minute, but when we add this email here, we can then decide to insert anything we want to insert, like documents, like template, like snippets, like signature. If you have your signature setting already, you can also insert video. Yeah, but that's locked. You can also insert invoices. Okay, so now that we've seen how to create active and static lists in HubSpot, let us see something very important also in HubSpot. So let's see how to create a snippet, and I'm going to explain what a snippet is in a minute. To see your snippet, you need to go into your CRM menu, and you need to go down to snippets and click on snippets. And when you click on snippets, you can be able to create snippets where you can be able to insert into your email. So instead of you creating the same thing over and over again, if you have a particular text that you send to contact, or that you send to people in a deal in a particular stage, or if you have one particular wording that you use, something like a template, you can be able to create a snippet for that. You can create a folder for your snippets, and when you want to click on when you want to create a new snippet, you just click on create snippets, and that is going to create your snippet for you. Now we are going to name this a simple snippet, and we are going to say something like welcome email. Sorry, let's name this welcome email, and we can add in a simple snippet that we use for our contacts here. So we are naming this snippet welcome email, or we can say welcome text instead, since it's a snippet, not an email. So we just put in this, and this is the welcome snippet we want to use for our welcome email when we are trying to welcome a new contact. So another thing you can also do is that you can personalize this email. So for instance, if you want to say I, then their first name, you can personalize this snippet and add in their first name. So you can say I, then you had this personalized, and when you click on personalize here, it is going to ask you what token you are trying to use. If you're trying to use contact, if it's contact or deals or whatever it is you're trying to use, then you can add the token. So let's say we want to add the first name, and we have a fallback value, and the fallback value means that if they do not have the first name already in HubSpot, what can we use? So we can say I first name, or maybe I clients. That sounds weird, but we are going to use it. I client or I customer, whatever it is you want to use. It's just a fallback value whereby if they do not have the first name, then this is going to be replaced for them. So you can click on insert, and when you click on insert, that is going to add in your token, your personalized token. So now instead of them just saying I, you can also say I the first name, then this snippet is going to be added. You can decide to bolden this, you can decide to italize it, you can decide to underline it, just switch it up however you want. You can change the font, you can change the size, you can change the color of the text, you can change the background color, you can do all of these things. So that is for the snippets for the welcome text. So when you are done, you can type in a shortcut for this text. So for this snippet, you can type in a shortcut, and shortcut just helps you to be able to type in. Maybe if you are trying to create an email and you just want to bring this snippet over to the email, you can just press # then the shortcut, and it's going to populate this text into your email. That is actually amazing. So let's say we want to use welcome. Yeah, welcome sounds good, and we click on save. And when we click on save, as you can see, our snippet has been added in here. So one thing about snippets also is that you can see who is creating the snippet, you can see the date it was created, and you can also see the date it was modified. Okay, so that is for snippets, and you can also create a new folder and add in different snippets into this folder. So for instance, if you have the sales snippet, if you have the purchase snippet, if you have the maybe operations snippet, or whatever it is you want to create, you can create a folder and add all of those snippets in their different categories. Okay, so that is for snippets. Another thing that I feel we should look at before we go into emails is to see how we can be able to create a message template in HubSpot. So HubSpot allows us to be able to create a template, an email template in HubSpot. HubSpot allows us to be able to create an email template. So to create an email template, instead of you typing an email over and over and over again, you can create an email template by using maybe their library, or you can create from scratch if you want. So if you check from their library, they have various email templates you can use. As you can see, we have over here, we have this email here where it is going to is for follow-up. We have the one for follow-up setup. We have the one for different snippets like meeting snippets. If they miss a meeting, the breakup email, they have a lot of templates you can add. So we are just going to add one. Let's say we want to add this. Which one is this? What you need to change? Okay, so let's pick this and let's save my selection. And when I click on save my selection, it is going to save that. And you can also go over to the email over here and you can decide to edit the template however you want. As you can see, the first name has been added in here, the token. And remember that to insert the token, you just need to personalize this particular email. And you can also personalize the subject line also. So for instance, we have we can say quick question, then we add the first name just to make it more personalized, so that they can be able to know that yes, we know them. So we can say we want to insert a personalized token and we want to add in the first name, or you can add in the first name and the last name, and the fallback token can be customer for this. So remember that the fallback token is just saying that what is going to be populated in if they do not have the first name. So it's as simple as that. So let's say we want to use customer. So instead of saying I first name, if they do not have the first name, it is going to be I customer. That sounds weird, but we are going to use it like that. Okay, so we can say quick question, then the first name is added, and the I also has the contact first name. So you can decide to edit this email template and add in whatever it is you want to add in. You can also decide to insert various things like the personalized token, like the first name and all of those things. You can also decide to add in a snippet into your templates. That is actually very amazing. So for the welcome snippets we just created, so let's see if we can add that into this template over here. So when we click on our snippet here, as you can see, the welcome text that we created, if you decide to add that in, as you can see, it is adding it in here. So I'm just going to click here. I'm going to remove this. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this, take it off here, and I'm going to bring it here. So my welcome snippet has been added in. Okay, so my welcome snippet has been added in, and as you can see, it has populated into this email template. Another thing you can actually do for your snippet is that if you want to bring a snippet into your email template, you can use the hash. Remember that you can just click the hash and you can type in maybe welcome. We have welcome for that snippet, and as you can see, it's already bringing this welcome text here. So it is going to also populate my welcome snippet into my email templates. It's actually very good. Okay, so that is for the snippet, and we can also decide to insert documents. If we have documents that we want to bring into this email template, we can decide to bring that in. So you can check in all of the documents you currently have in your you can decide to insert a document that you currently have in your HubSpot account, or you can decide to click on manage, and when you click on manage, you can be able to upload documents. We are on the free plan. We are only allowed to upload 5 documents. So to upload the documents, you just need to click on create the upload document, and it's going to ask you where you want to import this document from. So let's say we want to import from our computer, and when I click on computer, I can be able to insert whatever document it is I want to upload. So let's say I want to pick this and I want to click on open, and that has already added in my document into this into HubSpot. So when I go back to my message template, I can be able to add in the documents from here. I need to refresh, but it's going to take all of my work. So So I'm just going to use a formal template. So you can say they need to you need to require their email before they can be able to view the document, or you can say you can allow them to download the document. So I do not want them to we do not need their email for them to view the documents. So I'm just going to pick this document we have in here, and I can insert that into my template. So people can now be able to download these documents from my email template. So the next thing we can also insert is the meeting. We are going to see how to create a meeting page in a minute. So you can decide that you want people to be able to book a call through your email template. All you need to do is just to click on whatever meeting you have. So we have this meeting here. We're just going to click on insert, and that is going to insert your meeting, and you can be able to ask people to book a meeting directly from your email. So instead of using this as the text to display, so you can say something like book your meeting here, and it's going to send the sender's meeting link. So the sender's meeting link is going to be sent. If any sender or any user is using this template, it is going to send their own meeting link instead of your own. Okay, so that is for that. And we can also insert video. We do not have any video in HubSpot currently, so we cannot use that. So we can also decide to edit this however you want. So for instance, you can bolden it, you can italize it, you can underline, you can do a lot by changing the fonts, by changing the font size. You can also do all of this. And when you are done with your template, you want to click and save as a new template, or you can decide to update the existing template. So let's say we want to save this as a new template and we want to add to a folder. So for instance, you can create a folder where you keep all of your sales email, or you can create a folder where you keep all of your follow-up emails. It is going to help your CRM more organized and more put together. So let's say we want to add to no folder, and we want to change this name to let's say we want to change this to what to change to email copy 2. So we are going to click on save, and when we click on save, that has already added in our email template. Remember that you can also decide to edit your template by just clicking on here, and when you click on here, you can then edit this template, then click on save or update existing template. And the action here allows us to be able to clone. Yeah, we have 5 templates we cannot clone. All right, that's fine, that's fine. And we can also decide to move. We can also decide to manage sharing by saying that you want it to be private to only you, or you want only specific users in your team to be able to use this email template. So if you have a template that has to do with pricing, or you have a template that has to do with maybe the financials of the business, and you do not want every users or your team should be able to see it, you can just assign to specific users. It's on the paid plan, so we cannot actually use that. So let's just leave it as everyone. And so we cancel this, and yeah, that is everything we can do for email templates. Another thing we want to look at after setting up our email template is to see how we can be able to schedule meetings in HubSpot, a meeting scheduler. So you know how you have Calendly that can be able to help people to schedule meetings with you. You can also use HubSpot for that, and it's actually very great if you can use HubSpot. That is because HubSpot allows you to be able to manage all of your meetings, and it's going to track your meetings. You are going to see all of those people you've had meetings with in the past, and it's going to track all of those meetings inside of HubSpot itself. So instead of you integrating your third-party tools like Calendly into HubSpot, HubSpot already has that, and you do not need to pay for softwares like Calendly. Okay, so we have the ability to create only one meeting page. Okay, so let's create a scheduling page. And to create a scheduling page, this was the one created for us by HubSpot. We do not want this, we want our own. So when we click on create scheduling page, as you can see here, it is asking if you want to make this page one-on-one. So that means one-on-one means that one user then to a customer, or you can decide that you want this to be in group, and that means multiple people can be able to book this meeting at the same time. So that means the contact can be able to schedule with the sales team, or the contact can be able to schedule with the operations team. You know, that is for the group. Then for the round robin, meetings are going to be automatically distributed among people in your team. So for instance, if user A gets a meeting today, if another call is booked, maybe tomorrow, user B is going to get that particular meeting. So it goes round that's the meaning of the name, round through all of your users in your team. So the most popular one that people use, and the one that is actually very comfortable to use for contact, is for the one-on-one. To create a one-on-one page, we need to add the internal name of the page of the meeting scheduler. So we can say that this should be called discovery call. I can't add the name. Oh my god, it's doing that because we can only add one booking page. Yeah, that's fine. So you can add in the name here, and you can add in the organizer. Since the one-on-one call, you can say that should be only me. Then you can add the event title. Remember that you can also personalize in here by adding the contact name or whatever it is you want to add. You can also decide to choose the location. You can connect an app like maybe Zoom, and you can be able to connect that into HubSpot, and it's going to allow you to be able to have your call connected to Zoom. So if you click on connect an app, let's see the apps we can connect to. We can connect to Google Meet, we can connect to Zoom, we can connect to Microsoft Teams, and all of this. So let's see how we can connect to Google Meet. So when you want to connect to Google Meet, as you can see, it is taking me to this place here where it is asking me to install this app into HubSpot. So when I click on connect, it is going to ask me the account I want to connect to. Then I pick the account, and when I pick the account, I am going to agree to all of these terms and conditions, and I'm going to click on continue, and I'm also going to click on select all to select all of this access. And when I'm done, I click on continue again. That's going to give Google Meet access to HubSpot that is going to give Google Meet access to my HubSpot account. So I can be able to add my Google Meet here. It is going to show up in here, and also you can decide to allow them to be able to cancel and reschedule. If you want, you can add a reschedule link, or you can add a cancel link. So let me just cancel this and go back to my first page. So let's see how we can edit this and just use it for that. So we can decide to change this from one-on-one, and we can name this discovery call. So I'm going to name this discovery call. So let me just take this off, and I'm going to be the organizer. Then I can add in this event title. The event title is going to be follow up with, then the contact name and the last name from their company name. So all of this personalized token was picked from here, and you can be able to pick whatever it is you want to use in here. And you can also decide that the location of the call can be a physical location. If it is a physical location, you just need to add that in. But if it is going to be Google Meet, since we've added in Google Meet just now, you can also use Google Meet. And you can also decide that you want them to be able to reschedule and cancel the call if they want. So you add this you can add this in here so that they can be able to cancel the meeting, or they can be able to reschedule to another time that works for them. So when you are done with all of these settings, you want to click on save, and when you click on save, that has been saved for your meeting. So you can then decide to go to your action in here, and you can decide to copy this link. So when we copy this link, we can then paste it in our browser, and we can see how that link is going to show up. So now you can send this link to people. Maybe you can add it to a button on your landing page, or you can send it to people maybe in your emails, your email template. You can add that in your email template. You can add it on your website, and people can then be able to book a meeting with you. So let's say they want to book a call for 15 minutes, they can book for 30 minutes, and they can book for an hour. And you can also see the particular dates that you currently have, and they can be able to set the meeting for that date, and the location of the meeting is going to be Google Meet. So let's schedule a call, and let's see how that is going to show up. So let's say we want to schedule a call for 12th of March by 5 p.m. and our name is Emma Glory, and our email address is CRMInstructor101@gmail.com. And when I'm done, I click on confirm, and that is going to confirm and save my meeting. As you can see, my meeting has been booked for the 12th of March 2026. So the reason why this is showing up is because we are using a free account. It is actually not supposed to show up, but because we are using a free account, that is why HubSpot decided to add their badge in. Why would they even do that? Okay, so that is for the meeting. The meeting has been booked and has been confirmed, and I've also received the email on my hand that the meeting has been booked. So when I go over to meetings in here, and I go over to scheduling, Oh, you can also see the availability window. Yeah, I missed this. So you can see the scheduling title in here, which is showing up here. Let me go back. Yeah, so this meeting with Emma Glory is showing up in here. As you can see, this is it here. You can decide to edit this and say maybe meeting with CRM instructor. Then you can pick the duration that works for you. You can add whatever duration you want people to be able to use, and you can also set up your time zone. And if you are using Eastern time or you are using Central time, you can add whatever time zone you are using. You can also add in your availability, whether it is Monday to Friday from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. You can also add that in. And we have additional settings like the organizer's avatar. Meetings can be scheduled over a period of time. You can set up all of the settings. You can also set up automation for your meeting. So you can send in a confirmation email that is going to go out to people when they book a meeting. You can toggle this off if you do not want it on, but I advise that you have it on, because that is going to send a confirmation email when they schedule a meeting, like I have received here. And you also want to set up a pre-meeting reminder, because some people might forget that actually booked the call with you. But if this reminder is going out an hour before, you can also add in another reminder and say you want it to go a day before. You want it to go out a day before, and people can be able to see the reminder emails. You can also preview your reminder emails to see how it looks like, and it's going to add in their contact name, and it's going to add the friendly reminder that they have a meeting with us by this specific date. So when you are done, you click on close, and when you are done with all of this, you click on save. Okay, so another thing we can be able to do after using the link is that we can embed this meeting in our website. And that's one of the amazing things I actually like about HubSpot, is that we can be able to embed this particular code on our website, and that code is going to help us to be able to view our meeting page on our website. So let me show you how that works. Now, this can be quite confusing, especially if you don't know how to deal with code, but I will make it as simple as possible. So when you go over to the website that you are using, whether you are using Wix or you are using WordPress, it is the same process. I use those sites, so I'm just going to show you how to embed this code on our Zoho site account. Okay, so I use Zoho site, like I said, and if I want to embed this code on a page, I just need to go over to the page I want to embed this on. So let's say I want to embed it on my home page here, and I'm going to click on edit content. It's the same thing if you're using Wix or WordPress or whatever website builder you are using. You just need to go into the editor page of your website, and where you can be able to add elements on your website, you go over there. So let's say we want to add an element to this page, and we want to add this consultation call. Let's say we want to add it over here. So let me add a new section, and I can't add a blank section, but let me add something here. So let's say we want to add in an element. You know how you can be able to add heading, paragraphs, and all of those things. You go over and you add in your code snippets. It's the same thing if you are using Wix. Anything that has to do with code snippets, or if it's embed iframe, it can also work, but it is very important that you look for code snippets first. So when you drag in your code snippet and you bring it over here into this place, it is going to ask me to create another code snippet for this. In some editors like Wix, it is just going to allow you to copy the code directly, but in Zoho site we need to be able to name this code snippet. So I'm just going to say HubSpot call or HubSpot meeting. So I'm going to click on OK, and that is going to create another code snippet for me, and I can then be able to copy the code. So we are going to pick the code over here. So let's click on copy code, and when you click on copy code, you can then come back to your website over here, and you can then copy the code into your website. So when you are done copying, you just click on OK, and when you click on OK, that code has been added. And when we go back and we publish this page, we can then be able to see the meeting scheduled, the meeting scheduling elements in that website. So let's click here and let's see if that is showing up. And as you can see, we should be able to see the meeting scheduling link over here. So this is the meeting with Emma Glory, and people can be able to book the call, maybe 15 minutes, 30 minutes, yeah, So it is currently on our website now. Remember that it works the same way if you're using Wix, WordPress, Squarespace, whatever website builder you are using. Just find a code snippet, then drag the elements in, then go back to your meeting scheduling on your HubSpot account, then copy the code and bring it over to your site, your website builder. And when you copy the code over there, just click on save and make sure you publish your website, because if you do not publish your website, it is not going to update the code that you just added in. When you publish the website, it is definitely going to show up in there. Quick pause before we move forward. If you want a simple structure you can follow through while setting up your HubSpot account, we have created a free guide called the CRM framework that is going to walk you through how to organize contacts, pipelines, and follow-up process step by step. You can download it by using the link in the description below. And if you like our team at CRMInstructors to review your HubSpot setup and recommend what to improve next, you can also book your free discovery call, and we are going to guide you through the best structure that you can use for your business. So let's jump right into the next section. So as you can see, our meeting scheduling tool has been added in from HubSpot to our site, so people can then be able to book a call on CRMInstructors.com website, and it is going to go directly over to our HubSpot account. So when people book a call, they are going to come over here. Remember that I just booked a call, and when I go over to my contact, I should see myself in. Because we have that contact in already, it might not show up. Yeah, I knew that. So I'm just going to search it out, Emma. So this is Emma Glory, and she came in, and we should see the meetings that have been attached to Emma Glory. As you can see, this meeting has been created for Emma Glory in here, and as you can see, this is the meeting here. When you click on the meeting, you can then be able to see all of the details about this particular meeting. You can see that we need to join on the Google Meet link. The Google Meet link has been added, and I can also click on this link here for me to reschedule the call or for me to cancel the call. So to reschedule the meeting, you can reschedule from your end, or the contact can also reschedule from that end. Yeah, I think that's all about meetings. So when you're done with the meeting, you just need to come back into your contact. So I'm going to edit that, and I'm going to click on save. Okay, so that is for the meeting, and I think that's all for the meeting scheduling. So now that we've seen the meeting scheduling and how it works, let's see how we can be able to send emails to a contact. So this is Emma Glory, and we can be able to send notes. We can be able to create notes for the contact. We can email this contact, we can call them or log a call, we can create a task for them, and we can even also schedule a meeting with them. So instead of you sending your link out to people for them to schedule a call, you can schedule the call on their behalf, and it is going to send the details of the call to their email. So they do not even need to go over to your website to book the call, or you do not need to even send the link over to them. You can schedule the call right from your CRM, and it's going to send the details of the call down to their email. You can also do a lot of things, like you can enroll in a sequence that's paid, you can log an SMS, you can log a poster email, or you can log an email, you can also log a meeting. So the thing we want to look at now is how to send email to a particular contact. So when you click on email over here, it is going to ask you to write the subject line of the email. So let's say we want to create a welcome email. I'm just going to write in welcome. So welcome. Okay, so let's say we want to write welcome Emma Glory. Okay, so that is the subject line, welcome Emma Glory. Then we can also decide to write in the content of the email. So I can then copy this email here. So let me just take this off. So I welcome, thank you for reaching out, blah 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 blah. Then yeah, okay, so now this is the email we want to send out to Emma Glory, and it is in here already. So let me expand this so I can see what I'm doing. Okay, no, I don't want to do that. Okay, so we have already written the body of the email, and we can then decide to use a template if you want. So instead of you writing your emails from the beginning, you can then bring in your template that you've created, and when you click on the template in here and you click on select, it is going to add your template in here. As you can see, it's added in my template, and it is going to delete the email you've created that you just added in, and it's going to bring in your template in here. You can also add from sequences, but that is paid, so we cannot do that. You can also add documents, you can insert documents, you can also add your meeting link, or you can insert your scheduling link, or you can use your proposed time. You can also add in your quote. You can create quotes for this particular contact. That is also in the paid plan. You can also decide to insert knowledge-based articles. You can insert snippets. You remember how we created snippets? You can also decide to insert snippets. So you can pick whatever snippet it is you have created already, and you can insert that snippet into this email here. Okay, so we can also insert invoices, we can insert signatures. You can decide to pick your signature and insert that signature into your emails. So when that has been done and you've added in all of the details you want to add for your email, you can even decide to CC someone. You can BCC someone. You can just add the email you want to use for the CC. So let's say you want to CC CRMInstructors, or maybe you want to BCC someone. Okay, you can decide to bolding it, you can decide to italize it, or you can decide to underline, or you can also click on more to do all of this text settings. So another thing you can do before you create your email is that you can see whether you can create a to-do list or a to-do task for this particular contact. So after you send this email, you can be able to create a to-do task to go out, maybe to a task to follow up after sending this email, maybe in 3 business days or in 1 week. So after we send this email, we can then decide to create a task, and when you decide to create that task, it's going to be associated with that contact after you've sent out this email. You can also decide to send immediately, or you can decide to send later. When you click on send later, you can be able to schedule this email to go out to that particular contact at a particular time or date. I'm not able to schedule later. I guess it's because I'm still on the free plan. Okay, so we can decide, we can send later. So we can then decide to pick if you want to schedule in 1 hour or in 2 hours, or want to schedule this to go out by tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. or you can even use a custom date and time. So let's say we want to send this email to go out by the 10th of March, and we want this to go out by 7 p.m. to Emma Glory. Let's just use Pacific time. So let's say you want to use Pacific time. You can use Eastern time, you can use Central time. Just use whatever time is your time zone, just use it. And when you are done, you just click on schedule, and when you click on schedule, that is going to schedule this email to go out to this particular contact. And as you can see, it has also created that task for me, and that task has also been created for this contact, and that task is going to be due on the 11th of March. Let's see, that is for task. And when we are done, we just click on this checkbox, and that is going to complete this task, and this email also is going to go out. Yeah, so that is how to send emails in your HubSpot account. It's emails to a particular contact. You can also decide to set up call, but because we are not on a paid plan, HubSpot is not allowing us to call. That is so unfair, but I understand. Yeah, so we cannot set up a call because we do not have the paid plan. And we can also we can create a task, sorry. So we can create a task. All you need to do is just to name your task like we did before. We already mentioned how to create a task in this course. And we can also set up a meeting for this particular contact. So instead of you sending out the link to the call, you can just schedule the call from your end for them, and the details of the call is going to be sent to their email. So what I need to do now is to connect my calendar. It's asking me to connect my calendar over here, and I have this calendar connected already. So I'm just going to click on save, and that should also save my calendar. So let me go back here. Yeah, so that has connected my calendar, and remember that my calendar is connected under general here, and it's under calendar. It is connecting my Google calendar the normal Google Calendar we use. It is connecting it over here. So now we can go back to this contact and we can see that I want to book a call for this particular contact. It is asking me to upgrade, but let's see if we can be able to do some things for this. So let's say I want to book this meeting for this contact without me sending the link. I'm just going to add the title and I'm going to say discovery call with Emma. Discovery call with Emma. Then the start date should be, let's say we want to use 9th of March, and we want to say from 7:30 to 8:30 p.m. and we want to add in attendees, and we can say we want to add in the host, which is Emma Glory, and the contact, which is also Emma Glory. Okay, so we can also say that the location of this particular meeting should be, we can say it's a phone call, or maybe it is in person, or we can say Google Meet. Since we've added in Google Meet to our HubSpot account, we can use Google Meet. So let's say we want to use Google Meet, and we can then decide to add in a reminder. So we can say that the reminder should go in 3 days before the meeting, or it should even go 1 day before the meeting, and we can also say 1 hour before the meeting. Yeah, it is important to set reminders because people actually forget that they book call with you. It's possible. So you can also decide that you want to include the attendee descriptions in the reminder email body, and you can also decide to send a description to your attendees. You can say something like, this call is for us to be able to discover what you need for your business and to be able to set up everything that you need to set up for your HubSpot account. You can add that description, and everyone you are sending this anyone you're booking this meeting with is going to see this description. So when you're done, you just click on schedule meeting, and that is going to schedule the meeting for that. Yeah, as you can see, it has created that meeting. So we have this meeting, and all of those details is also going to be sent to Emma Glory, because Emma Glory will be able to see the Google Meet link where she can be able to join the meeting on the 9th of March at 7:30 p.m. So that is how to schedule a meeting. You can also engage on LinkedIn, you can log SMS, you can log WhatsApp messages and all of those things. You can even log an email. Okay, so yeah, we need to stop there because of time. So let's go over to something else that is actually very, very important, which is creating of emails in HubSpot. You know how we can be able to send emails to one person? Yeah, we can send emails to multiple people in HubSpot, and it is called marketing email. So let's say, for instance, you want to set up a welcome email to go out to everyone on your contacts if a new contact is coming in. Now you can decide to create an email, which is a marketing email, and then you can be able to send this email out to people. Okay, so to create your marketing email in HubSpot, you need to come over to marketing, then you click under campaign. You are going to see emails. When you click on email, you are going to see this place here where you can be able to create a new marketing email from scratch. And when you click on create email over here, it is going to ask you if you want to select, if you want to just create an email that is going to be sent to a list of contacts, and these emails can be sent immediately or they can be scheduled. Or you want to create an automated emails that can be used in automation and sequences, and those emails can be automated. Or you want to create an automatic email to share new blog posts that you have created. So let's just make this a regular email. So we're going to click on regular, and it is going to ask us to select an email template, and they have various templates we can actually pick from over here. Yeah, they have some nice templates that we can use. So I'm just going to pick something simple for the sake of this tutorial. Shall I pick this? Oh, it's logged. This is logged. Wow. So let me use this. So when you want to use a template, you can click on use template, or you can click on preview. The preview will allow you to be able to see how the template is going to look like on your desktop and on your mobile. So since this we can see this template and we see that it is okay, you just click on use this template. When you click on use this template, it is going to take you to the editor's page where you can be able to edit this template. Now, for the sake of this tutorial, I'm just going to share some simple thing we can do. I'm not just going to deep dive and take time on this. I'm just going to show you some simple things we can do for this. So we can then add different elements into this template. We have the logo in here. We can decide that we want to edit this logo by replacing this image. I'm just going to go over to replace, and it is going to load this up where I can be able to attach a file. So let me see if I can upload a file. Oh god, that's been suspended. Okay, that's fine. So you can also decide to go over to content here, and you can, let me see, add, and you can drag in text. By bringing in the text here, you can type in whatever text you want to add. You can also go back to add here, and you can add in button, you can add in socials, you can add in HTML, where you can add in any code you want to add in. You can add in media like image and video to your email. You can add in videos, and you can even use, so if you want to add in videos, let's see if we can use a URL. So let me just pick a video from my channel. So I already grabbed a link from my YouTube channel. I'm just going to paste the link over here, and when I paste that link, that is going to bring out this video into this place. And as you can see, the video has been added. Okay, so that video has been added. I can decide to increase the width, and let's say I want to make the width 400. Let's see how that looks like. Let's make it 500. Yeah, I think that's better. You can also decide to use a custom thumbnail. If you do not want to use this thumbnail of the video, you can use a custom thumbnail, and you can click on save. When you go back to add another thing, you can add in image. Like I said, you can add in divider. You can also add in products, but that is paid. Cart is also paid. You can also add in payments after you set up your payment. Now the next thing under adding is the email context. You can see the different sections that we have. You can edit the section however you want. Maybe you want to put it in the middle, you want to put it the content alignment to the left or to the right. Yeah, so when you go back to content, you can then see the columns, you can see the images. Yeah, so you can see each sections of your emails. So it is going to arrange everything, and you can be able to pick whatever section you want to pick and edit that particular section. So for instance, for this, you can decide to add padding, and you can decide to show, or you can decide to hide this for maybe the desktop view or the phone view, whichever one works for you. And you can also decide that the visibility should be only for you can decide to hide the visibility and say that you only want to show for desktop, or you only want to show for mobile. So this is, you can also decide to add in all devices if you want it to show up on all devices. So let's show this. Yeah, so when you go back to content, you can also do the same thing for all of this. So the next one under content is the template design, and for the template design, you can decide to make this default. You can decide to make this boxed, and boxed, it means that it is going to create a box where it's going to make everything boxed, like the inside of this box, and you can use the simple template. No, I do not want to remove that. So you can also use the simple template, and you can also decide that the body color should be if you don't want to use white, you can say red. That is not going to be fine. Yeah, that is not nice. So I'm just going to go back to white. You can use black if you want. Yeah, black makes a lot of sense. Let's use black. So we can use black. We can also decide to change the border width. We can change the border color. The border is just the line surrounding the what's it called, the inside. So as you can see, this is the border. We can decide to use red for the border color, or you can decide to, yeah, you can use red. You can use whatever works for you. Let's just use purple and see. Yeah, you can leave it like that. So we can say we want to use a background color for the background type. As you can see, this is the color of the background. Or we can even say we want to change the color of this background. We can change it to something like blue. You can change it to something like purple. You know, just choose whatever works for you. And instead of background color, you can use background pattern, and you can be able to select patterns. HubSpot is going to show you the different patterns you can be able to use. So let's pick a pattern. This is ugly. This is very ugly, but we are going to use it like that. Yeah, so we have this pattern over here. That is not nice. Oh no. Okay, so let's use this. I'm just going to use it for tutorial sake. So that is for the pattern. We can then go back to design, and we can decide to change the background color also. We can also decide that we want to change the font for the paragraphs. We want to change the font for the header. You can decide to change whatever, and you can decide to change it to whatever font works for you. So when you pick that font, as you can see, it has changed the font. The same thing applies to the heading. You can decide to change the heading for the heading 1. You can change the heading for the heading 2. As you can see, that has changed. You can also decide to change the color of the heading. Instead of using purple, you can pick whatever color you want to use. Okay, so you can also decide that the button, every of the buttons should be in purple color, or every of the buttons should be in green color. You know, that has changed the button, but I think I prefer the purple. So let's use purple. And we can also decide to use the dividers, and we can also change the color of the dividers to whatever color works for you. We can also add in spacing. So spacing to all the sides of this, we can decide to add the top and the bottom, and we can decide to apply to all sides if we want. So that is for the template design. And after that, we have this where we are going to choose the particular people we want to be able to send this email to. So we can say that I want to send to a segment of people. My account has been suspended. Why? Okay, so I can't be able to pick different contacts, but I'm just going to show you how to do that. So to select a segment, you just need to click on this, and you can be able to see the different segments you can pick from to send to those particular segments. And remember that we already showed you in I already showed you in the previous section where we can create a segment. And when you pick in the segment, it is going to add the estimated recipients. You can see the estimated recipients for that particular segment. Okay, you can also decide that the subscription type should be welcome, and you can decide to send to, let's say we want to send to, okay, that's great. Okay, yes, this is where I can be able to pick in my segment. So as you can see over here, let me reduce this. Okay, as you can see over here, I can pick the subscription type. Let's say that's welcome, and I can say I want to send to, maybe I want to send to open contact, or I want to send to, yeah, this is open contact. I can decide to send to them. I just click on this and pick them up. I can't pick them up. Okay, yeah. So we can decide to send to open contact, and we can decide that we do not want to send to, maybe we do not want to send to test leads. So you just need to pick that up. If you do not want to send to people, you just need to click on this do not send to, and that is going to remove every of the contacts in this place. If they are already in this place, we are not going to send to this contact. Okay, that's confusing. So what I mean is that if you want to send to open contact and we are not sending to test leads, there is a contact that is in open contact but is also in test list, it is not going to send to that particular contact. That is because that particular contact is in test leads, and we do not want to send to test leads. I hope that's not confusing. So that is for that. And when you're done, you can then go to the next one. The next one allows us to be able to schedule our email. So instead of sending out this email immediately, we can say that we want to schedule for later. Let's say we want to schedule this email to go out on the 10th of March, and we can then set a particular time for this to go out, maybe by 12 a.m. No, everybody's asleep by that time. So let's say we want to send by 1 p.m. and we also want this to be the account default, or we can say that I want it to be my own time zone, or you want it to be the recipient's time zone. We cannot do that because it is in the paid plan, which we respect that. So we have to go back and we have to use the account time zone. You can also see the advanced setting where you can be able to adjust the send time if you want, and that is for the sending. And for the settings, you can then you can name this the internal name. You can name this welcome email, and you can decide to create a new property, and You can decide to create an email property and categorize them according to that email property. You can decide to change your language. Then the next one is the automate part, and for the automate, we can decide that if a new contact come in, then this email is going to be sent to them automatically. But remember, I said that most of the things you need to do is actually in the paid plan, and for us to be able to create a simple email automation, we need to upgrade to what? To the starter plan. So those are the things you actually need to consider, especially if you are using the HubSpot free plan. It is important to note those things that are free and those things that are not free. So after we are done with everything, we need to add in my subject line. So let me go ahead and add in my subject line, and we are just going to add in welcome, then their first name. We're going to personalize this, and we're going to use the contact token, and we're going to use the contact first name. This is first name. Then insert, we need a fallback value, so we can say I welcome customer. So we can say welcome customer, and we click on insert, and that is going to insert the first name for that customer. Or if there is no first name, the fallback value is customer, then it's going to be welcome customer. So we can also add in the preview text, and remember that the preview text is going to show up under your subject line. You can also decide to hide the body text from the preview text if you want. You can decide that this is the from name you want to use, or you can add in whatever from name you want to use, and this is the email address you want to use. And when you're done, you click on review and publish. So you can preview and test first before you send it to the people you want to send it to. So you can preview as a contact first. It is very important you preview first to see how it is going to look like before you send it out to your contact. You want to make sure that there is no mistakes. You want to make sure that your images are correct. You want to make sure that there is no mistakes in your text, your buttons are working, your socials are working, and everything is well connected. Because if it is not well connected and you send it out, there is no way you can be able to edit it in the people's inbox. Yeah, that is not possible. So we're just going to go back to our editing, and we're going to click on review and send. And as you can see, these are the things that is telling me that it is not available. So I need to go ahead and fix all of this things first before I can be able to schedule this particular email. So let me just go back and delete my socials just for the sake of time. Okay, let's delete this. Yeah, that has been deleted. Then I want to delete this button because of the URL. Delete. Yeah, that has been deleted. So when I click on review and schedule again, I should be able to schedule. Oh, they are still keeping me on hold. Yeah, that's fine. I cannot schedule this. So when you're done with all of the settings and everything, just click on schedule. But because we are scheduling, you can also send now if you want. And when you click on this part, you need to go back to this place here, this clock menu. Let's cancel this. And when you click on this clock menu, instead of using schedule for later, you can send now if you want. So when you want to review and send, it is not going to be scheduled, it is going to be sent. And when you click on send, this email is going to be sent to the segment you have already picked. So that is how to create marketing emails in HubSpot. Yeah, you can see that it's actually very simple. Okay, so the next thing we want to look at now is how to set up forms in HubSpot. So when you want to create your form, you click on marketing here, and when you click on marketing, you can see over here we have our forms. And when you click on forms, it is going to take you to this page where you can create a new form from scratch. So when you click on create form, it is going to take you to this place where you can see all of the templates that HubSpot has to offer. You can pick any of these templates and you can use that template, or you can start from blank template. But for the sake of this tutorial, let's just pick one simple template we can use, and we can set up that template for our business. So let's pick this. Let's use this template over here. Oh, I need to upgrade. I'm just going to go and use this one. Wow. Okay, I'll just use this simple one then. This contact us. So let's use this. And when you click on that, as you can see, it has taken me to this page where I can set up my form. And to set up this form, all I need to do is to determine what this form is going to be used for. As you can see, we have the name, we have the first name and the last name, we have the email, the phone number, the message. If I plan to bring any other field apart from all of this, I just need to click on this plus button. And when I click on this plus button, okay, so I can be able to pick fields, or I can be able to create a new field from scratch by dragging and dropping all of this. When I drag in this single checkbox, I can create I can connect an existing property that I already have, or I can create a new property. So let's say we want to ask them for the kind of CRM they are using. Is it that I find the property that is already in my HubSpot, or I can create a new one? If I click on create new one, then I can be able to add the label for that particular field. So let me just cancel this and cancel this, delete this. So I'm going to click on add, and I'm going to check in properties here. We can be able to see all of the properties we have here, the one for contact, the one for company, and all of this. Okay, so let's say we want to ask them for their street address, and we also want to ask for the city, and we want to ask for the state and country. Another thing you can also do to this form is that you can bring this form side by side. So what that means is that I can decide to drag this, let's say I want to drag this country, and I want to place it beside. Okay, that does not work, so Sarah, remove that. Okay, so I have added in my street address, my city, my state, my country, and I also added this multi-line for messages. So remember that if you want to edit all of this, and you want to, let's say you want to edit this first name, you can say something like your first name, and you can add in a placeholder text for all of this field also. So let's say we want to add this placeholder text, and we want to add in John, just to give them an idea of how the first name look like. And for the last name, we can use Doe. Okay, then the help text is going to show up below, and we can just say your first name. As you can see, I'm showing up above, and it is going to let them know what we are asking about. So you can put in a help text just to let them have an idea of what we are asking about. So you can say maybe something like your first name or your last name, or put your country in here. So whatever you want to use as the help text, you can do that. So let's say we want to make some things compulsory. For instance, if we want to make this first name compulsory, we just need to toggle this on and make it required. And as you can see, it is already showing this red asterisk, is to show that this particular field is compulsory. The same thing applies for the last name. We can make it compulsory if we want, and we can also decide to hide a field if we want. So we can't have a hidden required field, and that is because if it is required, they need to fill it in. So the email is required, and every other thing can be required if you want. Okay, so that is for adding of the custom field. You can also decide to add in other things like the images. You can add in heading, you can add in captcha, you can add in data privacy, just to allow them to be able to. So let's add in data privacy. Yeah, so you can see this where we are asking them to store and process their personal data. So this is going to allow us to be able to message them or email them. You can also edit these things, these terms and conditions, and we can also add in a subscription, and we can say we want to use for marketing information. Yeah, so whenever they fill in this form, we're going to be using their details for marketing information. So let's go back over here to form content, and let's pick this, and we can also add in captcha. Captcha just allows us to make sure that bots are not signing up for our forms. Only human beings can be able to sign up for this form, and that is why we can use captcha. You can also add in an image if you want to your form, just to make your form more interesting. You can decide to add in image, and you can decide to upload the image maybe from your computer, or you can browse in whatever image you currently have. So let me look for a simple image we can use. So I'm just going to add in that particular image, and when we add in that image, oh no, it's too big. Can I reduce it? Yeah, it's too big, so I need to reduce this to, let's say, 1000. Oh no, it's too big. 100, yeah, or let's say 500. Yeah, I think this is too big also. Why is it so big? Okay, I think this is better, or we can just use 300. Okay, then we can decide to align to the right, to the left, whatever works for you. And also, when you go back to your form contents, you can also decide to add in paragraphs. Maybe if you want to write in something for the form, you want them to be able to read something before filling out the form, you can also add that in. And the next thing we have is for the content here, and you can see each section. You can see the email section. You can also be able to edit it if you want. And if you go back to this part, you can also see the street address section, and you can also edit it if you want. So for the logic just allows us to be able to add in some conditions. So for logic, yeah, we still need to upgrade for logic to marketing professional. Wow. Okay, so logic is just saying, for instance, if they put in a particular field, we can decide that we want to show some particular field. So let's say if they have the street address, then we can also make this city, state, and country. We can decide to show that. Logic just allows us to be able to how will I put it? It allows us to be able to ask relevant questions. So for instance, if we want to ask them for their street address, we can do that, and we can only add in maybe, let's say we want to add in the street address, then we only want city, state, and country to show up after they've put in their street address. So that means if they have the street address, then these other ones is going to show up. So it's just like the conditional logic, where if they fill out this field, then this should show up. If they pick they are using a CRM, then we can ask whatever CRM they are using. Or if they say they have used HubSpot before, we can ask how many users they have and use HubSpot. It's until they pick a particular field, then the other ones are going to show up. So like they said here, conditional logic just helps us to personalize the form, to show relevant questions, and skipping some steps. Yeah, so that is how logic works. Then we have styling over here, where we can be able to style different things. For the field label, we can say we want to make the field label red. Then I need to customize my form. I need to pay to customize my form. Wow. Okay guys, it's telling me to pay, but we are not going to do that. So I'm just going to go back, and I'm just going to leave everything the same way it is, since I can't customize this. Yeah, that's fine. That's actually fine. I'm just going to go back to my form, and we're going to leave this the same way. So you can customize this, but you need to upgrade. And also after the customization, you can also see the optimize part, where you can be able to shorten your form. I am very sure we need to pay for this also. Yeah, we need to. Oh my god, this is why free plan of HubSpot is so restricted. Like, there is a lot of things you are going to be paying for. Like, I know people keep saying free plan is actually good. It's good, but there's a lot of hidden things that you will not be able to do on the free plan. And these are some of the things. We cannot add multiple steps also. I believe that is also paid. So when we click on the automation, we can decide that when someone fill out this form, we want to create a workflow. So we can decide that after they fill out this form, an email should be sent out to the person. So let's create this simple workflow. So when you click on this, where is it? Okay, so a contact submit this form, and let's rename this form as contact us. So that has been saved. Then we can decide to send an email for this particular form. So let's use the welcome email. Let's create a new email, and we're just going to add that to this particular form. So let's say something like welcome to CRMInstructors. I think that could work. So we can say welcome to CRM instructors, or you can type in whatever it is you want to type in for the body of your email. And you can also decide to add in a footer, and you can decide to create the footer by clicking on manage. Yeah, you can also create the footer in here, or you can go back. Also, you can also add in your subject line, and we can say that we want to add in welcome. Then we add in the contact token, and for the token we want to use their first name. So we are going to type in the first name here, and we can say, we can insert this. So welcome Emma, or welcome Glory, you know, just the first name. We can choose the from email address, and we can also choose the from name. So the from name is going to be Emma Glory, and that is the name that is going to be showing up in their inbox as the person sending the email. And also the email name should be, let's name this welcome email. And as you can see, all of this has been done. I need to fill out something. Okay, the subscription, let's use marketing email. Let's create this. So let's click on create. That is going to create my footer, and then I can then decide to add that particular footer in. Okay, so now that we've added in all of the details for the emails, then we can click on save email, and that is going to save our email. So now we can be able to pick the particular email, and we can then use this email and send it out to the contact. So when we are done, we are going to click on save, and when we click on save, the workflow is going to be updated with the welcome email. So that means anytime anybody fill out this contact form, the email is going to be sent to them automatically. So we are going to click on review and update. But before we do that, let's see the settings over here. And the settings is saying that we can automatically create new contacts from unknown addresses. Yeah, we want to toggle that on. And it's also saying that we can pre-populate for the field, so we cannot do these both together. We have to pick one option. Yeah, let's pick this one, automatically create from unknown addresses. And we want every of the lead cycle for any contact coming in should be let's say this should be subscribers. Yeah, let's make them subscribers. And also for the submission setting, we can say that we want to notify the contact owner, or we want to add users to notify anytime anybody fill out this form. Yeah, if it's a form that multiple people are going to be filling, I would not advise you to notify, because you are going to keep getting emails anytime a contact come in on that form. Okay, so we have the language. Also, you can decide to edit this language and change it to the language of your form to whatever it is you want to use. If you want to use French, you can use French, you can use German, you can use Greek, Korean, whatever it is you want to use, you can do that. But we are using English. So now you can then decide to preview your form to see how it is going to look like, and this is how your form is going to look like. And yeah, we forgot our thank you page. So this is the thank you page. You can actually edit your thank you page. To edit the thank you page, you just need to come over back to this place, and as you can see, this is the thank you page. You can then go ahead to edit your thank you page and add in, maybe thank you for filling the form, you're going to receive an email with further instructions shortly. You can add in whatever it is you want to add. So when you're done with all of this, you want to click on review and update, and you are going to see everything that that has been done. And you can click on updates here, and when you click on updates, your form has been updated and created. So the simple thing you want to do is just to copy the URL of the form, and maybe you want to send the URL out to your contact, maybe via the website. You want to embed the link on your website by using a button, or you want to send the link or through your landing page, or you want to send the link through your email. You can do this however you want. So when people come in and they see the URL of the form, this is how the form is going to look like, and they can be able to fill out this form and put in all of these details. So they need to agree. Oh, I did this twice. Yeah, that's fine. And oh no, submit. Yeah, so my form has been submitted, and this is a thank you page. So if I come over to my my HubSpot account, I should be able to see the new contact that has been added into my, also as you can see, this is the new contact that has been created in my HubSpot account. So I am going to go back to my form, and I want to embed this form on my website. I can embed it with HubSpot by embedding it in maybe the HubSpot CTA, or I can use HubSpot CMS. That means I need to create a landing page or a website, or I can just use the embed code. And this embed code is going to be very, very important if you want to embed this form on your website. So for instance, if you're using Wix or you're using WordPress and you want to create HubSpot form and you want to embed this HubSpot form on your website, so that anybody filling out this form on your various websites, or maybe your online store, or wherever it is you want this form to be on, whenever they fill those form on those places, it is going to come directly into HubSpot. So that means you do not need to manually start creating contacts from a third-party tool. You just need to like embed the form. So let me teach you how to do that. It is actually very simple. So the thing you want to do now is you want to get your embed code, which is this. Then you click on copy, and I use those sites, so I'm going to take you to my Zoho sites to see how we can be able to use those sites to embed that. So I'm going to go into my Zoho sites here, and I am going to go into my page. I have this page that I use currently on my website, so I'm just going to delete this so I can add in a new one. Okay, so if you're using Wix or you're using WordPress, all you need to do is just to go to the editor page of your website builder. Your website builder. Go into your website builder, look for the editor, and look for the particular page you want to embed that form on. So when you get to that page, you are going to click on add elements. Every website builders have this. You just need to look for it. When you get your add element, you know how you had text, paragraphs, and all of those things, all of those elements, you look for code snippets. So sometimes your what's it called, your website builder can call it another thing. Maybe it is not code snippet on your site, maybe it is HTML code, or it is JavaScript code, whatever they name it on your own hand. Just look for the code snippets. You can also use the iframe for most cases, in some cases, but I will advise you look for the code snippets first. So when you drag in your code snippet and you bring it into your website, it is going to ask us to add in a new snippet. So because this is a because this is those sites, we use snippets. That means we need to add the code in the back end of our Zoho site. So I'm just going to add this as HubSpot form, and I'm going to click on OK, and this is going to create an entire blank page where I can copy the code of my snippet of my form. So when I copy this code over here, as you can see, the code has been added in here, and all I need to do is just to click on OK. And when I click on OK, that is going to bring out this code element here. As you can see, it has been added in, and I need to publish my site for me to be able to see this form in my website page. So when I click on publish over here, this is going to help me publish my site, and I can then go into the page of my site and I should be able to see the form. So let's scroll over to where the form is, and as you can see, my form is now on my website. My HubSpot form is on my website. So when people come into my HubSpot, when people coming into my website, they can be able to fill out this form. And when we fill out this form, it is going to go directly into HubSpot. So you do not need to connect third-party softwares like JotForm. No, you do not need to do all of those stress. Just create the form in HubSpot, then embed it on your website, and anytime anybody fill out the form, it is going to go directly into HubSpot. This is the best and easiest way to do it, and it is not hard at all. So when people come into my website and they fill out this form, the details are going to go directly into my HubSpot account. I hope this is actually quite simple for you to follow through. So that is how to embed your forms on your website. So before we continue, I just want to mention something very quickly. If you are following through this course and setting up your HubSpot at the same time, but you're not completely sure whether your contacts, your pipelines, or even your structure are being set up properly in HubSpot the right way, you can reach out to us at CRMInstructors. We can help you set up HubSpot properly and optimally from the beginning to the end, and make sure that HubSpot is not just your contact system, but also a complete system that is used optimally for your business. You can also book a free discovery call using the link in the description below, and we are going to walk through your sales process. We are going to walk through your current setup, your current HubSpot setup, and also how we can be able to set up HubSpot optimally for your business. We also have a PDF called CRM framework, and you can download that to help you structure your HubSpot account more effectively. Now let's continue to the next step. So the next thing we want to look at is how to create landing pages in your HubSpot account. So now that we've created forms and we've seen how we can be able to import or insert the forms on our website, now let's move into creating products inside of HubSpot. So if you are selling different products, or you are selling services, or you're a service-based business, or whether product or service-based business, you can be able to import all of the products that you currently have inside of HubSpot. And now when you create this product, you can then attach whatever product you want to attach to a specific deal. So let's say, for instance, you have a particular deal that wants to buy a service from you. You can create that service in HubSpot, then you can attach it into the deal of that particular contact. So to create a product in HubSpot, all you need to do is just to go into the left hand side over here, and you come over here to commerce. And when you go over to commerce, you are going to see product here. You click on product, and when you click on product, you are going to get to this page where you can be able to import from a CSV file, or you can create just one product. So when you click on create product, it is going to take you to this page where you can be able to add in the information of your product. As you can see here, we can add the name, we can add the SKU number, we can also add the product description, the product type, the product frequency, and all of this can be added. So let's say we want to add in a product and want to name this CRM starter plan. And we can also add in the product description here, and we can add in the SKU number. So the SKU number for your product can be any number that you are going to decide on. So for instance, if we're going to be using a prefix or a suffix, we need to maintain that prefix and suffix for all of our products. So let's say we want to use something like CRM dash 001. So this is going to be the SKU number for this particular product. Then for the next product, you can say CRM dash 002. So you can continue that way, so that it will allow you to be able to attach one SKU number to a particular product or service. So you can also put in the product description, and you can type in whatever product description you want to type in. So you can say this product is for CRM beginners, and when you type that in, it is going to get in here. So you can also add in the product type. So you can say for the product type, you want to use it as inventory, which is also known as product, or you want to say it is non-inventory, or it is service-based product. So since we mainly do services in CRM instructors, we can say this is a service-based product. When you click on service, that means you're saying that this product is actually a service. So you can also say the billing frequency, it is a one-time, or you can say if it is weekly, or if it is quarterly, or annually, or every 5 years, or every 4 years, whatever it is you want to name this. So let's say, for instance, this is actually a product where we are calling it CRM Audit, and we do CRM audits for businesses every month. Then we can click on the monthly. Now when you click on monthly, it's going to bring out the billing term here, and you can say that if you want to automatically renew until it is cancelled, or you want only a fixed number of payments. So let's say if the CRM audit is only going to take 3 months, so we can say that after 3 months, that means after 3 consecutive months of payment, we can then decide to cancel this particular service for the contact. So you can pick in 3 months here if you want, and when you do that, as you can see, the term has been updated. So when you come over here and you say you want to automatically renew until it is cancelled, you are saying that this product is, when we attach this product to a particular contact, they can keep on paying for this product until the contact decide that they want to cancel this product themselves. So now that is done, you can go on to the pricing configuration. We also have the tiered pricing, but that is in commerce or professional plan, and since we do not have that, we can just let that go for now and use the flat rate pricing. So we can say that this particular product is going to cost $400, and as you can see, that has been added. We can also say that the unit cost is a particular thing. So let's say you are selling a product and the product is going to be sold for $400, but you got the product for $300. So that means if you get the product for $300 and you are selling it for $400, your margin is going to be $100. So margin just means that your profit, the profit you'll be getting for this particular product, is going to be $100. This is actually very important if you are selling products, because HubSpot can be able to calculate all of these margins and profits when you start doing your reporting. So it is important that you put the right thing. Now that all of this has been added, you can also decide to add in a product image if you want. So when you click on upload, it is going to go into your computer and it is going to allow you to be able to browse images that you have. So it is going to go into my computer in here, and I can then pick whatever images I want to pick. So let's say I want to pick something like this, and I just attach it in here. This particular image has been attached to this product. So now we can also decide to edit this form if you want. That means if you edit this form, it is going to allow you to be able to add in multiple forms that you want to add apart from all of this. But we do not want to do that. So we can decide to create and add another form, or we can just decide to create. And when you click on create and add another form, it is going to create this particular product, and it is going to bring another blank form for you to create another product. So you can just click on create, and when you click on create, you are going to see that your product has been added inside of HubSpot. So now that your product has been added, if you go back into, let me see if I have deals here. Okay, so now if I want to create a deal, I can create new deal, and don't worry, I'll set it up myself. So I can create this particular deal, and I can go over into a line item, and I can add in my new product. So since my startup plan has already been created, I can just click on this and add this particular product to my deal, and I can add in all of that information, and I can then create my deal. And this means that the amount of this deal is going to be $400. So I can create multiple products and just continue adding various line items for that particular contact. So that is how to attach your product to your deals. Okay, so now we know that we can create products. So let's see how we can be able to import products inside of HubSpot. So let's say you are a business that is managing about 100 products, and it will be so unreasonable to just start creating this product one by one. You cannot create 100 products. That is actually a lot for you to create. So what are you going to do? This is where importing of products comes in. So now we have this domain list here where we have the product name, we have the SKU, we have the product description, we have the unit price, and we have the billing frequency for each of these products. So now what we want to do is that we want to import this product inside of HubSpot. So now I'm just going to go over and download this. So make sure that anything you are trying to import inside of HubSpot should be a CSV file, or it should be an Excel file. So you have to make sure it's an Excel file, sorry. So you have to make sure it is one of those two things. So now we are going to go into download over here, and we are going to use the CSV file, and we are going to download this as a CSV file. And as you can see, it has downloaded into my computer. I can then come back into HubSpot, and I can then click on this, whether to create a product or to import a product. So when I click on import, it is going to take me to this place where I can be able to import a file, or I can sync from another third-party app if I want, or I can transfer my data using their smart transfer tool, or I can just use all of these options. Yeah, so since I'm importing from a file, it's actually simple to just import data from my file. So now it is going to ask you if you want to do contact or if you want to import all objects. So we are not importing contact, we are trying to import all other objects. So we click on the advanced object, and now you can be able to pick the particular object you want to import. We are not importing contact. If you want to see how we import contact, you can go back to the section where we try to import contact inside of HubSpot. But now we are trying to create product. So we are going to click on the product, and we are going to click on next. And now when you click on next, as you can see, it is taking you to this place where it is asking you if you want to create and update products. So let's say, or let's imagine that you already have some products inside of HubSpot and you want to update them, and you want to also add new ones. So if the product inside of this file here is already existing in this on my HubSpot account, I can just decide to update those products. But since these are new products, I can just use the create new product only, or I can just decide to update existing products if I already have that product in HubSpot. So let's just use create and update product, and when you do that, it is going to ask you to choose the particular files you want to upload, and this is the file we just uploaded in today. As you can see, products for HubSpot, and when you click on open, it is going to bring that particular file into HubSpot. And now we can then click on next, and it's going to ask you for the language of the column headers. So just imagine you are using another language for this particular column headers, then you can be able to pick whatever language you are using. But since we are using English, we'll just leave it as English, and we click on next. It's going to ask you to map from the column header to the HubSpot property. So this is mapping as the product name, and this is mapping as the product type, which is actually wrong. It's supposed to map to the name. So that has been mapped. Product name has been mapped to name in HubSpot. SKU has been mapped to SKU, and product description has also been mapped to product description. Then product type should be mapped with product type in here. So let's look for, this is product type, so that should be mapped. And we have the unit price, which is in USD, and we can also decide to map it as unit price. And if you have the cost also, unit cost, you can also map the unit cost in. We are having some issues with our billing frequency, and the thing about HubSpot is if there is some irregularities between the file and HubSpot, it is going to let you know. So we have these errors here for billing frequency, and it is saying it should map with one time, and it is supposed to be correct just because my T is capital letter in my column and it's a small letter in HubSpot. So that's just a tiny mistake that is coming up here, but we can just decide to map this to one time. So we can just pick this, and it is going to replace every of this value here. So you don't need to start adjusting your file. You can just use a replacement value for that. Okay, so when we are done, we click on cancel. Since that has been mapped, we can then click on next, and when you click on next, it is going to ask you for the import name, and you can also check in for the number format. If you are not in the United States, you can use any other country you are from and just use the number format. And when you are done, you click on finish import, and when you click on finish import, it is going to map all of the products into HubSpot. And you just need to give it a little bit of time for it to map in, and as you can see, this product has already been created inside of HubSpot. Okay, so it is not importing my billing frequency. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so we have imported 20 records, and it created 20 new records, and it updated 0 records because there were no existing records. And as you can see, it is showing me my errors. The one time capital letter T and small letter T, the error is already showing in here. So you can be able to see whatever is going on, and you can see the HubSpot properties that is not importing, and you can also view the rows with those errors. And as you can see, it is showing up here, and it's showing that the one time is not imported. Okay, so you can also download these errors, and you can readjust them, then re-import and update them if you want. But let's just go back into commerce, and let's go back to products. And as you can see here, all of our products has been imported. So for the ones that we do not have the billing frequency, you can decide to add that yourself. So let me quickly do a quick filter just to help with this. So we can say that I want to filter in for everyone that do not have the billing frequency. If the billing frequency is unassigned, yep. So we can find the 18 objects that was not assigned, and we can just click on edit here, and we can just use the billing frequency. We can update it from here, and you can click on one time, and you can click on update. That is going to update all of this particular product, all of these products as one time. So now our import error has been adjusted. So that is how to import and create products inside of HubSpot. Remember that you can do this for products, you can do this for services, and you can do it for anyone that you want. So when we go back into our deals, when we go back into deals over here and we are trying to create a new deal, when we click on create new, we can then go into our line item over here. And as you can see, when you click on the line item, it is going to bring out all of the particular product that we've imported. So you can be able to add in multiple line items for this particular deal, and this deal is going to help you. And the line item is going to be determined and is going to calculate that amount for this particular deal. So that is how to create products and add it to your deals. So the next thing we want to look at right now is how to set up our brand in HubSpot. We want to look at landing pages, but before we look at landing pages, it is very important for you to set up your brand in HubSpot. And that is because when you start setting up your landing pages and all of those things, you need your brand color, you need your brand fonts, and all of this. So to set up your brand, you just go into marketing and you click on brand, which is the last one. And when you click on brand over here, you can see your brand kit. Your brand kit includes your logo, your favicon, your colors, your themes, and your fonts. So when you click on logo, for instance, you can add in your logo, you can add in the height of your logo, you can even add in the weight, the logo URL. Whenever people click on your logo, where do you want the logo to go, you can also add that in. So let's browse in a logo and just add it in. So when we click on browse images, yeah, it's taking me to my document, and let me cancel this and let me upload from my computer. So I'm trying to upload, and let me see if I can bring one of the logos we have. Okay, so I'm bringing this in as our logo in here, CRMInstructors, and I can decide to adjust the width and the height, and I can add in the logo name and just name it CRMInstructors. And I can say that I want the alt text to be CRMInstructors and my logo URL will be CRMInstructors.com. And as you can see, whenever they click on the logo, it is going to lead to this page. So when you click on update, you can click on update, or you can add in another logo if you want. So let's say we want to add in another logo and we want to create, let me upload, and we want to upload from here. I also put in assets. Okay, let me use this one and I import it in. As you can see, that logo has been added. I can also add in the name of the logo. I can also add in a domain for the logo, and I can also add in an alt text, and I can also add in my logo URL, which will be CRMInstructors.com, and I can also adjust the width and the height if I want, and I can add in another logo. So that too is just enough. Let's just click on update. And as you can see, my logo has been updated inside of HubSpot. The same thing applies for favicon. I can decide to bring in favicon in, and I'm just going to use this, and I'm going to name this CRMInstructors. And I click on update. My favicon has been added, and I can also decide to add in the different colors I use. So let's say our primary color in CRMInstructors is this shade of red, and the secondary color is maybe secondary color cannot be blue because it's not going to work, but let's just say this is our secondary color though, just for example's sake. And our accent color is maybe this red, then we have another accent color with this, then we have this one, and we just use this or this. Yeah, so this is just for example's sake though, I'm just adding any colors. Then for additional colors, you can use white, and you can also add in multiple colors that you have in your brand. So we are going to use black for the second one. Yeah, so we just click on update when you are done with adding all of the colors you want to add. So you can add in a particular theme that you have. Maybe you want to set a particular theme for your for your website, for your landing pages. You can use these themes. You can use custom themes from HubSpot partners, and you can use you can check for the marketplace and see some ones that are free. I think there should be some ones that are paid also, but you might need to pay for them. But you can just check in for free ones and see how you can be able to use all of these theme. So let's view this one. For instance, this look good, and you just click on install. Since it is free, we should be able to install for free. So when you click on install for free, it is going to install this theme inside your HubSpot account, and you can see this theme in here. So you can set this as an active theme, then you can start building your landing pages with this theme. So let's go back to our brand. Okay, so let's go back to branding, and now this theme has been added, the one we just got in from the marketplace. You can also add in your font. So let's say the body of your font is maybe Montserrat. Is that correct? Montserrat, yeah. Or let's say the primary one is maybe Harrier, if you are using that. And you can also decide to use a custom font and just upload the font if you have that already in your computer. But we do not have custom fonts, so we just use whatever we have. Then you click on update. Now when you click on update, as you can see, all of this has been updated in your brand assets in HubSpot. So when you start creating landing pages, when you start creating form, when you start creating all of those things, it is going to start picking your brand assets inside all of this. So now that we've seen how to add in our brand assets, now let's go on and create landing pages in HubSpot. So if you are selling various products, or you want to invite people to book a call with you, and you do not want to use your website, and you want to just create a simple landing page for people to be able to do maybe a particular call to action in that landing page, you can just create a specific landing page for that call to action. So now you can also edit your brand kit if you want. As you can see, this is all of our brand kits, but it is saying that before we can start building our landing page, we can decide to edit this brand kit. But since we want to leave the brand kit the way it is, we just click on cancel, and we just start a new landing page. So for the landing page, as you can see over here, we have different templates we can start with. So this is the template we just got in from that marketplace. This landing page was, this theme was the one we got, and you can see the way this theme is. We have the one for landing page, we have the one for about, we have all of this, and you can also change your theme style if you want. So this is the theme style. You can change it, or you can leave it the way it is. So you can also check in for any other template that you have. Okay, so now let's create a simple landing page by just using this one. So we are going to just pick this one, and we're going to preview it. And when you preview it, you can see the way this particular template is. You can also generate with AI and just generate your particular landing page you want to create. Just write the prompt and it will generate the landing page for you. But it is currently in content or professional, and since we do not have that, we just go on with our free plan. So when we go back in here, we can decide to edit manually, and when you click on edit manually, it is going to take you to the editors page where you can move things around. Remember that this editor is a drag and drop, so you can just edit however and drag in whatever you need into the editors page. There is a particular video here to take you around, but since that is what we are doing in this video, I'm just going to cancel this. Yeah, so we can then come in and see all of this template in here. You can edit all of this, but the thing now is, in HubSpot you cannot be able to edit from this side, from the main page, but you can edit the text in here. But since we are using a particular theme, it is already kind of set in stone. So you can just edit text in here, and let's say we want to name this as let's say we want to name this set up your CRM in minutes. I'm not sure that is possible though, but just for example's sake, set up your CRM in minutes. Then that has been edited. You can decide to change in the size to maybe the heading 1 or heading 2 or heading 3 or whatever it is you want to use. You can then go back into content here. You can go back to style in here, and you can do all of the settings if you want. Then there is the background image. You can decide to replace that with another background image that you currently have, or you can just leave it the way it is. You can also resize the image to show the entire image, or you can decide that you want to display the full image size if you want, and you can decide to align it to the various things that you want to align it to. So when we click on this, also, as you can see, this is the particular place we can be able to edit this. So you can edit it and put in whatever text you want to put in. And for the form, let me cancel this. So this is also the image that is over here. You can decide to replace this image if you want. Let me just try to replace that and see how that will look. So you can replace that image. You can also add in the alt text for the image. You can decide that you want to automatically adjust the image, or you want to use the exact width and height. You can change the height, you can change the width. Then for the below text here, from a blank canvas, you can just edit this however you want. You can edit this and say get started with CRMInstructors. Okay, so we can also decide to change this to maybe heading 1 or heading 2, or whatever it is you want to change it to. Okay, yeah, so then when we go back to the particular form over here, we can also add in a description for the form. We can also select a particular form that we've created. So for instance, we created a contact us form. We can use this instead of using the normal form that HubSpot is giving us. When you click on apply changes, this is going to update that particular form, and you'll be able to see the new form inside of HubSpot. So we need to go back into HubSpot, the form, to edit all of these things from the form and not from here, and that is because we are using that particular form. Or you can even decide to create a new form all from scratch and just use that particular form inside that page. So if we try to create, let's try to create a simple form, and let's see how that would be. Let's use this one, and I'm just going to say, okay, I go back to this, I should be able to, let me first say, okay, it is saved. Then I refresh this page. If we come back to the form, it should show us the new form we just created. This form is actually very ugly here. So let's go down here and let's try and change this form. So this is the new form we just created. And when you click on apply changes, it should bring in that new form inside here. Okay, so it brought it in, but then the text, that's fine, we'll go ahead and change it. So you just have to make sure that whatever you are using is compatible with the particular theme you are using in your landing page. So the field label, we're just going to change this field label to white. I need to upgrade to customize my form. Really, HubSpot? Okay, so I'm just going to come back to forms, and I can't edit this also. Wow. Okay, so yeah, we cannot edit the form, so I'm just going to go back and just leave it like that. Okay, so for the form automation, you can also set up the form automation in your landing page. You can create a follow-up email, or you can even decide what happens after they submit the form. So that is for that. You can also edit it the same way we've edited the above one. We can edit this also. So we can edit this and go to content. Okay, so we can also edit all of these, and we can edit the column 1 and also the column 2. The image, you can edit it. We can also go back to the column 2, and we can also edit, that means the column 2 is this, everything here. We can also edit the text. We can change whatever I want to change and everything. So you do that until you get to the last column. So you can also try to add in other things inside of this template in here. So let's say we want to add in a new section. We can use all of these sections that we have in here. They've created some sections for us that we can be able to drag and drop in. You can also check in your saved sections, and you can use the content embed, and if you want to use blank layouts, you can also do that. So let's say we want to use this saved section, all sections that is inside of the template, you can use that. So let's try to drag this in just to see how this is going to look like. So we just add in the section and we click on insert section, and this is going to insert that particular section. Okay, so as you can see here, the section has been added and we have this section in here, and we can then decide to edit this particular section. As you can see, we have column 1, 2 and 3, and you can decide to edit each of these text in. You can edit the image, you can change the image to video, or you can use form, whatever it is you want to use. You can also edit the URL for the image. You can edit the content, which is this one, and you should be able to edit the button also. So the button here, you can also click on edit here to edit the button to show where the button is going to lead to and all of this. So when you're done, or sorry, before we finish, let me just take you through all of this layout, or all of this modules that they have in here. So you can add in testimonials, you can add in navigation, you can also add in your heading, you can add in page footer. If you are using commerce already, you can add in meetings where people can be able to book with their meetings. So let's try and see that. So when we click on meetings here, we can drag and drop that in here, and when we drag and drop, we can be able to select a particular meeting, but we do not have a meeting yet in this account, so we cannot be able to drag that in. So to see how to create a meeting page in HubSpot, you need to go back to the section to create the meeting page. So when we go back to content plus, then we can see how we can add in payments, we can add in products. Inside of this place, all of the products we just created, we can decide to select a particular product and we can just insert that into our landing page. If you have your payment settings done already, you can just allow people to be able to get that product. So that is for products. Then when we go back in here also, we have design where you can be able to add divider, you can add in menu, you can add in forms and buttons, you can add in media like the audio player if you want them to maybe listen to a music on your landing page, or you can add in content library, you can add in image grid, image slider, you can add in your logo. Let's say we want to add in logo over here in this up part, we just need to drag that in here, and as you can see, the logo has been added. You can also decide to edit that if you want. And when you go back to the plus sign, you can also add in blogs. You can add in your social, you can also see everything in here that we've just talked about. You can add in icons, image grid, and all of these things inside of your landing page. And one thing to actually check for is the mobile view of your landing page. You have to make sure that your landing page is responsive in your laptop, or the system view, or what's it called, the computer view and the mobile view. So you have to make sure that it is compatible on both before you can be able to move on and publish. So when we click on the content in here, you're going to see the different sections. So this is the logo, and you can edit that if you want. And if you go over to the navigation, you can also see that in, okay, I need to come here. You can also see that in here, and when you go back to content and you click on the column, you can see it is going to move you to the column. And when you click on content and maybe you want to edit this product page, it is going to move you to the product. So that is just helping you to navigate every of the the page content inside of your landing page. And we also have this place where you can be able to optimize your landing page. You can add in a page title, because these things are going to help your landing page rank on Google and for people to be able to understand what your landing page is all about. You can add in a meta description, you can add in a page title, so we can say this is CRMInstructors, maybe booking page, or you can just name it whatever it is you want. You can add in the URL, the featured page, featured page, and all of this. So we have the featured image here. We also have the template you're using, the language, and advanced things like the HTML code and all of those things. You can add in your meta descriptions also. And when you are done with all of this, it is going to save automatically. So when you go back to test, you can do A and B test for your page. You can also set up the global theme for your particular landing page. So you can set up the colors for the landing page if you want. You can set up You can set up gradients and all of those things. And when you go back to the global theme styles also, you can go back and change the font. You can change the font to, maybe instead of using Poppins, you can use Arial, and that is going to change all of your primary fonts to Arial. And if you go back and you pick H1, that is heading 1, you can change it to Montserrat, you can change it to whatever it is you want. So that is for the global theme style. The global theme style just means that whatever you edit here is going to affect the whole landing page. So if you decide that you want to change anything in the form, it is going to affect all of the forms on your landing page. The same thing applies for button. If you decide that the button, you want to change the font of the button, or you want to even change the color of the button, or whatever you change in here is going to affect all of the buttons on the landing page. So the last one, we have the site navigator, and we have this one where we are just editing. There's also a blog place, but we need to create our blog first, so we do not actually need that. So let's just cancel this. So like I said, you have to make sure that whatever you are doing is properly done in is properly set up in your mobile view, because most people actually are going to view your page from their phone. So if they are viewing from their phone, you have to make sure that is viewing properly on their phone. So let's change the name of this landing page, and let's just change it to CRM instructor page. So now in this part, we can see that we have we can run A and B tests. We can clone this, we can delete this. If you want to edit this also, you can undo, you can redo, you can view your history, all the edits you've done. You can view the page URL, and you can also preview the page URL, and you can edit the page details. For the settings, you can see the general settings, you can see the featured image and all of these things, and you can even change to use a different template all over again from the beginning for your landing page. That is actually amazing. Yeah, so for help, you can just take it, or you can use their knowledge paste if you want. So now before you go on, you can preview your landing page and see how it is going to look like on each of the people's browser. So when you take a look at your landing page here and you see that it is actually okay, then you can just continue, and you can decide to click on the settings. It's going to take you back to the settings. So when you are done, you can decide to publish, and when you publish this page, it's going to show you the link of the page. So now we can decide I want to use a custom domain, and we do not want to use this HubSpot domain here, this long one. You can decide that maybe you want to use pages.crminstructors.com. You need to add that domain, and we are going to be seeing how we can add in a domain in a minute. So when you copy this URL here and you take it to the browser, so let's copy this into the browser here, and you click on enter. It is going to take you to your landing page, and this is how your landing page is going to look like for your contact. So now, like I said, you have to make sure that you tailor this landing page to fit in whatever you are trying to do for your business. So because we are trying to like rush through time, that is why we have this ugly landing page. But I feel like that is all we need to do. So if you make another edit on your landing page, you have to make sure to click on click on updates, and also you can unpublish this page if you want. And you can also decide that you do not want to publish your landing page now. Maybe you want to wait till the future to publish this. You can just schedule your publish, or you can schedule unpublish. Yeah, that is actually possible. So let me give you a scenario of how this is going to work. So let's say you have a seminar that you're trying to do for, what's it called? Let's say you're trying to do a seminar in June, and we are currently in April. You can decide that you want this published to be done at the end of April. So you can schedule your update, and you can say, since today is April 11, we want this published on the 30th of April, and you can even include the time you want this to be published. You can confirm the schedule if you want. And if you want to unpublish this page, and maybe you are trying to do a registration for a seminar, and they're saying that at a particular date, this particular landing page should be unpublished because you do not want people to register again, you can also schedule the unpublished part also. Maybe the seminar is in June, ending of June, and we want to say that by 23 of June 2026, this landing page should be unpublished because we do not want people to register for the seminar at that particular page. That is actually amazing. So we can also select the page to unpublish, and when you are done, you can pick in the date, the time also, and you click on confirm schedule, and that is going to schedule the unpublish and schedule the publish also. So that is all for landing pages. And when we go back in here, we can see our landing page in here. We can clone this, we can show the performance, which also means the analytics, to see all of those people who visited our page, the new contact, the new customers, the bounce rates, to also see what time or what minutes they are spending on this landing page. So you can also click on more to view your page, to clone the page. You can also promote by creating a social post or an ad campaign, or you can even decide to edit your landing page. So that is all for landing pages. Now let's see how to create website pages. So one thing I have noticed is that most people try to mistake website pages from landing pages. So landing pages are just one page that is going to lead to one city. That's it. But your website is comprising of different landing pages to make a website. So a website can have maybe 8 landing pages or 10 landing pages, and they are interconnected. They are leading from one place to another. So you can have the home page on your website, you can have the contact us on your website, you can have check our resources page, different pages. And these pages, when combined together, are going to form a website. So that is just the difference between landing page and website. It is not hard at all. But before we set up our website, there is something I actually forgot that we need to do. We need to see how to create a chat flow in HubSpot. So now you might be wondering, what is Chatflow? Chatflow is like this bot that shows up on websites. Sometimes it's always by the right hand side or by the left hand side. So it shows up in a particular website where it allows people to be able to ask questions. So in HubSpot, you can set up these chat flows or chat bots to make sure that people can be able to ask questions, and someone is going to go in automatically to answer those questions. So instead of them, filling out a form and doing all of those things, they can just click on the chat bots and start communicating with anybody available in your business in the real time. So let's see how to create chat flows in HubSpot. So when we go over here, okay, so to create chat flows, we go over to service menu, and when you see the service menu, you are going to go over to chat flows. And when you click on chat flow, it is, as you can see, we do not have any chat flow in here. So we're going to try to create a chat flow. So let's create a new chat flow. So now it's going to ask us where we want this chat flow to be in, whether it is going to be our website or it's going to be in Facebook Messenger or mobile. So we are using websites because most people use websites. So we can then set up our chat, and when you set up your chat, it is going to ask you whether you want to use it for your website, or if you want to use the live chat in mobile applications that you have. But we are using it for website, so we just click on web. And when you click on next, as you can see, you can be able to set up these different things for your web chat. So you can pick the color for your web chat, and as you can see, you can also set up the color however you want in here. You can pick the color code and just insert whatever color you want to use. So this space is just for setting up your colors. Then you click on next. Now when you click on next, it is asking for the availability for this web chat, this chat flow. And that is because when we are trying to create these chat flows, we can be able to, so you click on, so it's saying that before we can be able to create a live chat or a chat bot, we have to set up our chat. So let's just do that. So when you click on set up on chat, it's going to ask whether it is mobile or web. So you just click on next. So we are going to pick the particular color we want to use. So you can use all of these colors that they've added in here from our brand assets. Remember our brand assets, and we can also decide to pick in whatever code we want to use, and we can drag in whatever color we want to use. So let's say this is the color we want to use. We can just click on next, and when you click on next, this is your chat. This is how the chat is going to look like on your website. So people can be able to type in whatever they want, and they can be able to ask questions, and someone can be able to answer them from your business. So now, to set up the availability for your chat, you have to make sure that you're very careful in this part. And that is because you can decide that you want to make it based on user availability. So when the person is online in HubSpot, they can be able to see the chat and answer the chat. Or you can even decide that you want it to be based on operating hours. So let's say you operate every Monday to Friday by 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. or maybe 9 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. or 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Whatever works for you, you can add that in. You can also add in some hours if you want. So let's say from Monday to Thursday. So let's say this is for Friday. Let's use Monday. So let's say on Friday you are only available, or let's just say this one is Monday to Friday. Then on Saturday you are only available from 10 a.m. to, let's say, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Yeah, that works. Or we can say 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. So now on Saturday you are only available from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. So this is very important because when people are chatting on this web chat, we want to make sure that it can show the time we are available and the time we are not available, so that when they send a message, they know that we are currently not available because it is outside of our operating hours, and they can also know when we are available because they are within our operating hours. Or you can even decide that your chat is 24/7, but I will not advise this because there is nobody available 24/7. So, but if you're available 24/7, you never can tell, you can add that in. But let's just leave this in. So we can say that this is how we can say the available time. Typically replies in few minutes, or we can say replies are going to come in few hours, whatever it is you want to do. You can also say away. You can edit the away message, and if you are not available, that means if it is outside of this time, you can show this away message to your contact, and they'll be able to know that, oh, these people are currently not available. And if it is outside of working hours, you can show the return time. So if they are coming in maybe Saturday by 5 p.m, it can show something like we will return on Monday by 10 a.m. or by 9 a.m. So just make sure that you set this up to fit your business. And when you are done, you click on next. Now when you click on next, it is going to ask you that the chat heading should include, maybe you only want to choose a particular avatar, or you want to choose a particular user and team, or you want to use the contact owner. So because I'm the only one in this team for now, I can just pick specific user, and you pick whatever user you want to use. If you want to use custom name and avatar, so let's say for instance you do not want to use your user's name, you can use maybe something like, so let's say you do not want to use your user's name, you can use something like maybe Emma, oh Lord, Emma just for instance. And this is going to be the welcome message. So it is going to be, do you have any question? We are here to help. You can also edit this to fit whatever you want to do. So you can say something like let's say you want to say something like, welcome to CRMInstructors. You can say something like, welcome to CRMInstructors, got any questions? We are here to help you. Let's add any you here. So you can edit this welcoming message however you want, but there is a limit though. And you can also decide to automatically assign your conversation to particular team members. But since that is actually logged, we have to upgrade to the starter plan, and we are not doing that. We are using the free setting. So let's just leave that the way it is. So we can also add in a logo and a name. So we are using Emma AI, and we can just say we want to use our logo for that, and that is going to show our logo in this place. As you can see, it has updated it to our logo. So we can say we want to pop this open, we want to pop open the welcome message as prompt. Yes, we want to do that. Then we click on next, and it's going to preview how this chat is going to look like on your mobile. You can also see how it is going to look like on tablet. You can see how it is going to look like on phone. So this is how your chat widget is going to look like. And when you are done, you can click on publish. So people can come in and they can type in anything. It's saying, welcome to CRM instructors. Do you have any question? We are to help you. Your contact can type in, yes, I need to ask for the price of a particular product that you are offering. So when they type in that, someone in HubSpot is going to respond to them in real time. So let me show you how that is going to work. So when you click on publish, now this has been published, and as you can see, we have this new assign. It's showing us how it's going to look like. So this is like a test thing. So we can decide to view the new message inbox. Sorry. So when you click on that, as you can see, this is our inbox. So when people message you on this web chat, this is where it's going to come in. You are going to see all of the chats they are doing in here. This is a sample contact, remember? So it's saying that any chat is going to be in here. Then you can start messaging this person from this place. You can start answering their questions from here. Let's go back to our chat flow. Here. Edit it. Okay, yeah, so okay, let's go back here. Okay, so this is our chat flow. I want to check for the inbox settings. You can check the inbox settings here and you can change whatever it is you want to change in this inbox setting. So how do we add this chat flow to our website? What you need to do now is to copy the tracking code and put it inside of your website. So I use those sites, and if I want to add this chat flow to my website, I am going to teach you from start to finish how to do that. Okay, so as you can see, our chat is already currently available. This is the chat for the chat flow we just created, and we can come into our inboxes here. And let's say we want to click on this, and we can edit it if we want. And as you can see, this is the general edit where you can change the color, you can change the sent from, you can change the transcript and everything. You can also check in for the web chat itself, and you can decide that you want it to show on the left or on the right. Since right is making sense, we just leave it as right. You can also decide that your widget can be dragged and placed in anywhere on your website if you want, but we need to be using a paid plan for that. So that is fine actually. So what you want to do now is you want to set up the tracking code for this particular widget on our website. So what we need to do is we need to copy this code here, and we need to add it to the head body of our website. I use Zoho site, so I'm going to come into Zoho site in here. This is my Zoho site. Okay, and I'm just going to try to put this code on my website. So let's refresh this, and we can then pick on any page we want to insert this in. So the same thing applies if you are using WordPress, if you are using Wix or whatever website builder you are using. You can just edit the particular page and just look for the header where you can add in the header code. There's always a place where you can add in header code and footer code, so look for the header one. So we are going to edit this page info, and we are going to go over to the header code here, and we are going to paste this code in here. So this this code just allows HubSpot to be able to track our particular website. So that is the one we just, I think that was for home page, right? Yes, that was from home page. So I'm just going to publish this, and when I publish this, it is going to save that code on my website. So anybody that comes in on that website and they are a contact in HubSpot, HubSpot is going to start tracking all of the details or all of the things that is going on in that particular page of the website. If you want to do that for multiple page of your website, you can add in that tracking code. You can add it into other pages that you currently have here. So we can also add it to consultation page. You just click on edit info, you add it to the header code, you copy and paste, and you click on save, and that has been saved. Then you publish also. So you do this for every of the page you want to add to your website. Now we are going to go into our editor and we are going to go into customization. Then we go to the code and we are going to see the header code here and we are going to see the footer code. So it is important that you remove whatever you have in the footer code and the header code. You make sure you remove whatever chat widget code you currently have, because we do not want both of them to work simultaneously. So we had our HubSpot code inside of the header code for Zoho site. Then you click on save, and when you click on save, that has been added. Then you go back to the pages of your website. So for instance, I want to use the home page, so I'm going to edit this info here, and I'm also going to go to the header code here. I have already added the code here. Just add it to the header code. You do not need to add it to the footer code, or let's just add it to the footer code just to be safe. So when you click on save, then you can edit that particular page of your website. So if you want to add it to multiple pages of your website, you just need to go into the header code and paste that code, the HubSpot tracking code, inside all of the pages of your website. So we are going to click on publish here, and when we click on publish, we can be able to go into that site and see our what's it called, and see the chat widgets that we have. So I already have a chat widget here for Brevo. That is why it is showing below, but this is the one we just created for Emma AI, and this is the one for HubSpot. So now we are asking them to agree to this because we want to be able to track their details and their activities on the website. So as you can see here, we've agreed to the policy. So now we are on our website and we can see the chats both here. Please ignore the one below. That was the one for Brevo, but this is the one for Emma AI. And as you can see, today is Saturday. That is why it is saying we'll return on Monday at 2 p.m. and that is because we did not set our live chat to be 24/7. So now let's try and go back to HubSpot and let's try to set our widgets or our web chat to 24/7, and let's see how that is going to look like. So if you go back to configure, let's go back to manage chat flow and we click on edit and we click on okay. So here where we copied the web chat, the tracking code, we can go back to general, and remember that this is under inbox and you can check the availability. So let's try to make this chat 24/7. So when we click on save, we can see it is going to show reply. Let's say reply in few hours. Let's just keep that in. Then when we save that, and let's try to go back to the website, let's see if that will work. Okay, so as you can see, we are able to type in here, and that is because we had to go back to change the availability to 24/7. If it is not 24/7, whatever time is outside the time we've set for the availability, they will not be able to ask in any question. So they are asking us to ask something now. So let's say I am Emma Glory and I need your help with HubSpot. So now this is the message. When we click on enter, this message is going to send into this live chat, and as you can see, they said don't have time to wait for this response, then you can leave our email. You can leave the email and we'll be in touch as soon as possible. So you can leave the email here. So this, you need to know that if you leave this email, HubSpot is going to create a new contact in the CRM. So let's say I want to leave a new email. I want to name this CRMInstructors at gmail.com. Okay, so when we click on this, we just click on this send icon here, and when we send this out, as you can see, this is the typically reply in a few hours. So if you go back to HubSpot, so let me try and go back to my HubSpot account, and you are going to see in here. So if you go back to inboxes, so let's go back inboxes here. So when we go back to inbox, we should see the new message from the chat. So let's keep the tab. So as you can see, it has created my account, Emma Glory, and this is the message that came in. So an agent can just come in here and type in a message for Emma Glory, and we can ask a question like, what do you need help with? So when we click on send, Emma Glory will be able to see this message in our live chat on our own hand, and this is just going to allow you to be able to go back and forth with people instead of you using the contact form. This is going to even allow you to be able to qualify the leads that are coming in from the live chat. So when we go back, let me try and go back to my chat. So as you can see, my new message is in here. What do you need help with? So Emma responded me from CRMInstructor, what do you need help with? So I can then message back and say that I need to set up my chat flow in HubSpot. And I can click on send also, and that is also going to send the message to Emma from CRMInstructors, and Emma from CRMInstructors is going to receive that message. And when we go back to this, as you can see, the message came in here. So you see the back and forth between the agent and the contact on the website. So people can just message you on your chat flow, and it's going to come in inside of HubSpot. And even if you go back to contacts, you are going to see that HubSpot is going to create a new contact for Emma Glory, because she came in from the live chat. This is very, very good, especially if you are a business that deals with multiple leads and you want to be able to qualify them through the live chat. As you can see, my number was collected, my email was collected, and this is going to be tracking all of the things I am doing on that particular website. I have added the tracking code to. Okay, so that is for the live chat. Before we go to the next section, here is something important to keep in mind. Most businesses already have CRM set up, but the challenge most times is usually the structure behind it. That is exactly what we help with at CRMInstructors. We help businesses organize their pipeline, their contacts, and their follow-up processes so that HubSpot actually supports their sales and their marketing workflows. So if you would like help in reviewing your current setup, your current HubSpot setup, you can book a free discovery call by using the link in the description below. You can also download our free guide, which is called the CRM Framework, which is going to help you structure your system step by step while following this course. So now let's continue. When we go back to live chat in here, so let's see, let's go back in here and let's look for, so when we go back to chat flow, we can then decide to create a new chat flow, and we can create for websites. So let's say we want to make this inbox, then we click on next. So this is where I'm taking us to. So to create let me go back so you get how I did this. Back, cancel. Okay, so that is for chat flow. So now to create a web, or let me say a rule-based bot, a chat bot that is based on some rules, we can actually do that. So what you need to do is just to create chat flow. Remember that you just come into service and you click on chat flow and you click on create chat flow. So now when you click on create chat flow, over here, you can click on websites, and it's going to ask you for the language. Then you click on next, and when you click on next, that is going to ask you whether you want to use the live agent or you want to use the rule based chatbot. Sorry. So the live agent was the one we just did, so we don't need to do that again. So let's just use the normal rule based chatbot. So now when we are using the rule based, we can be able to specify and say that maybe if they click on this particular button, we can ask them that what do they need help with. So instead of them typing what they need help with, we are going to give them various options that they can be able to pick from. So we can say that maybe book a call, or check out our website, or check out our YouTube channel. So we can say want to start from scratch, or you have this templates here that you can use. So let's try to use one of their templates and see how that looks like. So we can enable knowledge base. That means you can create knowledge base in HubSpot, and people can be able to see the different articles that you currently have for your business, and they can be able to read through the articles to set up whatever it is they want to set up in your business, but we have to use the paid plan and we are not currently on the paid plan. So you just click on create. Now that we are in this chat flow, as you can see, this is the template that they have given us. So we can say, got any questions? Welcome to CRMInstructors. We are happy to help you. This is how it's going to look like. When you click on save here, you can then move to this place where we can say, book a discovery call, or visit our YouTube channel, or something else, or read our article. So when you do that, you can also add in another space here. And or let's just say, before we add this here, let's ask the question here. So let's ask in a question, and let's say we want to ask him for the name, and we can say, what is your name? And when they give us our name, their name, we can add in a quick reply if you want, but we do not want that. We want to map this to the contact name in HubSpot. So this is going to map to contact name. That's the set. So then you click on save. Then you, after asking for the name, you can also decide to ask another question and ask for the email. And this is going to map to the email, and when you click on save, that is going to save your chatbot. And then after collecting their name and their email, you can then move on to ask this question where is asking for what they would like to do, what they would like to do on this website. So it can be maybe book a discovery call, or visit YouTube channel, or whatever it is you want to add. You can also save this to a particular property in HubSpot, but since we do not have the custom property, so let's see if we can save it. Okay, so let's save it to the membership notes. You can also create a new property for that if you want, and you click on save. So now that is going to save to the membership notes. So after asking for that, you can ask for the number of employees that they have. Okay, you can get their name. We've gotten their name actually, so I'm just going to delete this. That's because we've gotten their name and their email already. So you can also do any other thing, like ask another question, or you can send a simple message and say, someone is going to reach out to you through your email that you've given to us. Please kindly wait for someone to get to you. Or you can ask in another question if you want. Maybe you can collect other properties and ask for the particular CRM that you are using. You can also do that. For that, you can also use the if and then branch. So for the if and then branch, we can say that if they book a discovery call, it should lead to another place. Maybe it's going to lead to a website, or it's going to go to get email, or it's going to go to number of employees, or it's going to even close the conversation. But we cannot do this because we have to upgrade to the Service Hub Professional. And since we are using the paid plan, we'll just go back here. So let's go back, let's cancel this and click on this. So we can send to a team member if you want. We can also do that. Oh my god. And we can also use the customer agent that is also logged. We can set a property value if you want. So let's say you want to add this maybe lead source. You can create lead source field and just add that in as the custom field. You can also add in company property value. You can add to a segment if you want. I don't think we have a segment. Yeah, you can also add in, okay, we do not have access to knowledge base lookup, so let's just leave that. We do not have meetings also, so we leave that. To enroll to a workflow, we need to upgrade. So I think this basic chat flow is enough. So this is how it's going to work. When they come into the website, it is going to show this, and it's going to show them this, we are happy to help, ask any question. Then it's going to ask for their name, going to ask for their email, and it's going to ask them for what they would like to do, so they can put in the different replies that they have. And we can also ask the question for, before we proceed, how many employees do they have? Then it's sent to a team member. We cannot send to a team member because we need a service seat. Yeah, HubSpot is just so logged in multiple paid plan. But then let's see if we can publish this. So when we publish this, we can click on preview to see how this is going to work. So as you can see, it's asking, welcome to CRMInstructors, got any questions, we are happy to help. Then it's asking for the name. Then we can type in anything, and we can say something like, my name is Emma, and we can click on this, and it's going to ask you the next question, what is the good email to contact you with? Then we can type in Ferry, and we click on the send again. When we click on send, You see that chatbot is typing. Oh, sorry, he's asking me for my email address. Okay, sorry, emma@gmail.com. So let's send that in. So that is my Gmail. So it is asking what we would like to do. So it took off my options because I'm using the membership notes. So I'm just going to say I need to speak with someone. So it's going to send this in, and when we send that in, it is typing in here. Yeah, he's asking for the number of employees. So I'm just going to use 1 to 5. So the next thing is, he said, thanks, we've passed along your information. A member of your team will be in touch soon. So this is how the chatbot is going to look like, and you can add in multiple questions if you want. You can even ask for the kind of CRM they are using or the product that they want in your chatbot, or just keeping it short for example's sake. So when you are done, you click on preview. You click on publish. This is the publish. So let's edit this and name this website. So we name this website Chatflow, and we click on enter. Okay, so when we go back to our Chatflow over here, we should be able to see the number, the Chatflow we just created, and we can see that this is a bot. The first one we did was a live chat. So there is a difference between both of them in such a way that bot is going to be typing the predetermined questions you've already asked or you've set up in the bot, but live chat is going to be communicating with your agents in real life. So it is like a real life conversation, like as if you're just chatting with the contacts that are coming into your website. That is just the difference between both of them. Okay, so that is for chatbots. So now let's go back to the inbox settings to see how we can get the particular code. So for this code, for this web chat, let's say we want to move it to the right, so let's just leave it there. Then we can also get the tracking code. If we go back to the general settings, we can set the color in here, and we can also set the availability. We are using 24/7. So when we go back to chat, we copy this code. So let's copy it in here, and let's see if it's going to show up in my website. Okay, so I'm going to go back to my Zoho site, and I'm going to try to use a particular page for this chatbot. So let me go to this page in here. So let's use this contact us page. So let's edit this page info, and we're going to use the header code here. So let's just try and copy the code in here, and we click on save. So we are using the contact us. Then let's edit the content, and let's try to publish this website and see if the chatbot is going to show up. So publish this and click on this. Okay, so our chatbot is showing up in here, and it is also showing the particular chatbot that I currently have in my heading, the ones I have done. Okay, so that is for chatbots. It is kind of different from live chat, remember. Okay, so that is for that. So let's see how we can be able to create website pages in HubSpot. To create website pages in HubSpot, all you need to do is just to come over to this particular place here. You go to content, then you click on website pages, and when you click on website pages, it's going to take you to this place where you can create your website. So creating websites in HubSpot is just allowing you to be able to keep all of the things you are doing in your business in an ecosystem. Because if you have your website on HubSpot, you have your landing pages in HubSpot, you have products in HubSpot, then you do not need to start getting multiple tools. That means you can do everything in HubSpot, and I think that's one of the things that is very amazing about HubSpot, because it allows you to do everything concerning your business in one place. You do not need to get a booking tool, you do not need to get a website builder, you do not need to get social media connector. All of everything is in one place, and that is why HubSpot is a big ecosystem. So when you want to create your website page, you just click on create website page, and it is showing us the template we have already picked for the website. So we can decide to edit manually, but we need to choose a template. So let's just pick this. Let's pick this one. So we can decide to edit this manually, and when we click on edit manually, it is the same way we just edited our landing page. That is the way we are going to edit our website's page. We can decide to add in a new section in here, and when we click on add section, as you can see, we have various sections that we can add in. And you can also decide to add in various elements like testimonial. You can add in page footer, you can add in the heading, the section heading. You can even add in a text if you want. So to add in text, you can just drag and drop something in here, and you can add whatever it is. Then you can edit it, and if you want to edit, you come over to content and you edit in expanded view. Then you can be able to edit all of this content. So you can also decide to add in different things like meetings, like payments. You can add in products if you want. So when you drag and drop in products, as you can see, we can select the particular product we want to add to this landing page. You can pick whatever product you want to add, and you click on select, and that is going to add the product. Because our product do not have an image, so yeah, or we can even add an image in here, override it. So we click on upload image. Let's see if we can drag in. Yeah, so let's just bring this in, then we bring that in as our product image. So this is for our other product, then they can be able to learn more about the product. So that is for that. We can also add in things like the menu. We can add in site search. We can add in buttons. We can add in forms if you want. You can also add in icons. You can add in images into your website. So you can add in all of this. You can add in various things actually. So let's say we want to pick a particular image and want to use, oh my god, this again. So let's just leave that thing. So we can add in various things. Like I said, we can add in, these are all of the 66 things you can add. You can add in blog image, you can add a divider, you can add in image grid, logo. You can, let's say we want to add logo. Let's see how that is going to look like. So let's bring that up here. Oops. Okay, so let's try and add in our logo in here. Let's see how that is going to work. Yeah, so our logo has been added in inside of this page. We can add in the URL for the logo, and when we click on add, also we can add in 2 columns or 1 column. We can add in ticket listings. We can add in all of these things. So like I said, for landing page, the way I explain landing page is also the way this also works. We have the section in here where you can be able to see the different sections that we currently have in this landing page. You can check for this section and it's going to move to that, and you can edit whatever section you want to add. You can also optimize this title and meta description for Google search purpose. So we can name this so let's say we want to name this CRMInstructors page, just for tutorial sake. Then you can edit this however you want. Like you can add in a featured image, you can change your template, you can change your language, also your page language, and you can use the advanced where you can add in the head or the footer HTML. Okay, so you can also decide to do an A and B test for the landing page. You can also change the global settings by changing the global color, or you can change the typography by changing the font. You can also change the forms if you want. You can change the maybe the labels and all of those things, but remember that whatever you change here is going to affect all of the things in the landing page, because it is a global change you are making. So you can also see here where we have the site navigator. We can view all of the pages we currently have in this particular website, and you can also create another web page if you want. So when we go back in here and we click on landing pages, we can see the landing pages we have created, and you can click on the action to edit it if you want. But for website pages, we can create multiple website pages and just add them in as one website. Okay, so you can also add in the navigation menu, and you can just bring that in here, and as you can see, it has added that in. And we can edit the menu that we have, so we can add in some CTA button. So we can change this. This is a button, and we can change this from get started to home. So let's say this is home, then we apply changes. Okay, they will link to another web page that is currently built in HubSpot. You can also do the same thing. You can go back to, let's go back to navigation. Then we add in another button. You can add in a button, or you can lead to HubSpot CTA, or let's just use button. So we can name this. After we have home, we can name another one, and we can name it maybe contact us. Yeah, contact us. Then we can say it should link to a URL, or we can say it link to another page in HubSpot. We can then select the particular page we want this to link to. So that is how to create these websites, because you are going to have multiple web pages that you are going to be linking these navigation buttons to. So remember that when you are doing this, you have to make sure you connect this menu to the different places that you want for it to actually work. So we have the home and we have the contact us. Then our logo is in here. You can edit whatever it is you want to edit. If you want to edit the body of this, you just need to click on whatever it is you want to edit, the section you want to edit. Then you go to the part you want to edit. You edit the content in here. The part you need to change the image, you can change that. Just change the template however you want. And if you want to drag in another section, you just need to click on plus in here, and you drag in, if you want to drag in another module or element, you can just drag whatever it is you want to drag and drop all of them in here. Okay, so after editing everything and making sure that everything is correct, you can preview the landing page to see how it's going to look like. So when you click on home, wherever home is leading to, it's going to lead there. When you click on contact us, it is also going to lead to the other page that we have done. Yeah, I'm sorry, this landing page is kind of ugly, but it's just for tutorial sake. Okay, so that is for the web page. So let's just go back and see, and we can publish now, or we can publish later for these web pages. When you click on scheduling options, you can schedule in the future if you want to make sure that this landing page or this web page, this website, published in the future. So you can, to do that we need to upgrade. Yeah, we're not upgrading. Yeah, we need to upgrade to start that plan, but it's fine. I'm just going to publish now. So when I publish now, this website has been published, and I can then copy the link to this website in here, and I can copy this into my browser and see how this website is going to look like. So remember that you can change things, you can move things around for this website. You can change the button to see the particular place each button is going to lead to. So now when you want to do this, you have to make sure that you create different web pages, so that maybe one of the web pages is leading to home, another one is leading to contact us, another one is about the about us page. Create those different multiple web pages and just insert everything together. Yeah, so that is how to create web pages, and that is going to lead us to the end of this tutorial for the website free account. So in the next series, we are going to be moving to the advanced settings, where we'll be seeing how to create email sequence. We'll be seeing how to create email automations and different kind of automations in HubSpot. But that is in the advanced series. Make sure that you watch this beginner series before you go to the advanced series, because if you start with the advanced series, it might get a little bit confusing, and we do not want that. So that is why you need to start from the beginner series. All right, thank you so much, guys, and thank you so much for following up. Please do not forget to also like and subscribe to this channel. Yeah, thank you so much. And that brings us to the end of this lesson. I strongly recommend that you continue with the next video in this playlist so that you can keep building HubSpot step by step and also connect everything properly into one working system. If your business is already using HubSpot but you feel like everything is not completely set up, or you feel like the pipelines, the contacts, or the processes inside of your HubSpot system or your HubSpot software are not being structured properly, you can book your free discovery call with our team by using the link in the description below, and we are going to walk you through your sales process and how we can be able to implement HubSpot optimally for your business. So if you are looking for a deeper review of your business processes and how HubSpot can support your marketing and your sales strategy more effectively, you can book your paid consultation. The link is in the description below, and we are going to walk through your workflow and your sales process together, and we are going to recommend the best structure for your business. We are also going to help you set up all of these systems in your HubSpot account. If you are also working with a team and you feel like everyone does not know how to use HubSpot confidently in their day-to-day activities, you can also request for your team training section by using the link in the description below, and we'll guide your team on how they can be able to use HubSpot for your internal workflow in your business. You can also check out other HubSpot tutorials in this channel where we cover additional setup strategies and practical examples to help you gain more value from your CRM. So if you found this video helpful, make sure to like this video and also subscribe to this channel, because we are going to be posting amazing content like this and we do not want you to miss out. So please, if you found this video helpful, please subscribe to this channel, because we are aiming to get to 1,000 subscribers before August of this year, and we need you to be able to make that happen. Please do not forget to subscribe to this channel. Thank you so much, guys, and I will see you in my next video. Bye.